Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Good morning. Guess what? It's our first Monday. Yeah, I know it seems like we've just been on since, I don't know, forever. But last week was an abbreviated week. We weren't ready Monday, believe me. We weren't ready Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday either, but we just went with it. But this is our first official Monday. It's October 7th. It's the Cowboy State Morning Show with Jake. We got a lot to do because on a Monday show, obviously, we're recapping a lot of weekend stuff, and a lot of weekend stuff happened, including fires. We're not nearly done with fires, unfortunately. We'll talk about raging wildfires, not one but two. The Elk Fire forcing evacuations. The Pack Trail Fire is backing up and going to a place where it doesn't belong. This is bad, seriously bad. We're going to talk about the new Amish. They do things with power tools. They own cell phones. It's the new Amish, the state's largest MRI machine in Wyoming. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk again about pumpkins and turkeys flying. Oh my. Yeah, we got a lot to get to. Let's check in with Wendy Core, get you started right away. At first, should we do I'm still trying to figure out a good format. Should we do the morning sunrise? Yeah, let's do the morning sunrise first. Let's hit you with a morning sunrise. I'll get to Wendy Core. Here's morning sunrise, beautiful, and a big thank you to, I think it's Bechtel. Who caught this? Yes, Anna Bechtel, Pine Bluffs, Wyoming. Anna writes, I was driving to school and I caught this sunrise. So I don't know if Anna's mom carting the kids to school or Anna's a school kid. I'm not sure, but she's in Pine Bluffs, driving to school, caught this sunrise. I love it. It highlights the bluffs, which are beautiful in themselves, but the sculpture shows the Native Americans, how they impacted and appreciated the area. The sculpture actually is a somber moment for the Native Americans. It was the one you see here appears to be a replica of the famous End of the Trail sculpture by James Fraser. Fraser created the original work in 1894. It has come to be called End of the Trail and symbolizes, of course, the Native Americans, their plight, their practical extermination from the U.S. So there are some tones to it that are not so wonderful, but just a memory, and hopefully a memory we keep alive of Native Americans. And around here, it's the Shoshone, the Arapaho, and others. But yeah, cool photo. Anna, really nice job. Let's get to Wendy Core's video news to start our day.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, October 7th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols brings to life the latest news, weather, sports, and in-depth conversations that matter to you. The Elk Fire that began with a lightning strike southeast of Dayton and blew up overnight last Sunday has continued to blow up since. The fire was last estimated to be around 73,000 acres on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of those who had evacuated or been told to be ready to leave their homes. They said there's a feeling of helplessness and fear at having to watch the flames and smoke advance without being able to do anything.
It's just a dangerous, unpredictable situation for the folks there. The whole town of Dayton is on set status, which means the next status is go. It's go and get out. A lifelong resident of Dayton explained how he learned that Dayton had been put on set status. They sent out a notice at 3 a.m. on Saturday, woke people up. He went outside and he said the whole mountain was just glowing orange. It was very surreal.
But Johnson said there are some signs of hope.
YDOT posted a photo Sunday morning that one of their staffers got from an area overlooking the fire, and it showed a single farmhouse is totally safe. All around it is black. The firefighters did a good job protecting that home.
The Elk Fire is raging on the mountains that inspired Ian Munsick's Wyoming brand of music, and his own family's ranch is among the many that now sit in harm's way. For Munsick, the Elk Fire that's grown so fast and is threatening to consume the towns of Dayton and Parkman is deeply personal. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to the country music star who started a relief fund to help his friends and neighbors.
So this is kind of his childhood on fire. And that's why he started the GoFundMe, which I just checked, and it is at 92,000 so far. So, he kicked it off with 15,000 from himself, 15,000 from his wife, Caroline. But so now it is tripled from the initial donation.
This is not the first time Munsick has seen fire coming for Dayton and his family's ranch. About 20 years ago, he said he remembers packing up everything in the family's horse trailer. The fire didn't end up making it all the way to the Munsick family's ranch at that point, but it did burn parts of Dayton then. The Elk Fire has burned now through the scars of that 1996 blaze and is still 0% contained. 15 inmates incarcerated at the Wyoming Honor Conservation Camp in Newcastle, one of the state's 2 minimum security prisons, have been allowed outside their prison walls this summer to help fight some of Wyoming's out-of-control wildfires. The Wyoming Smoke Busters are a joint operation between the Wyoming State Forestry Division and the Wyoming Department of Corrections. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to members of the crew who've been putting in long hours of hard work this summer.
The people who join the team are extremely happy to be there. They see it as a great opportunity to get out of the prison and really to give back to their community. And it's grueling work. When they're not on fires, they're out thinning trees and doing a number of forestry projects.
The program dates back to 1964. Inmates approved to become smoke busters have to pass a strict multidisciplinary team process, which means they can't have been charged for murder or other violent crimes or have a history of absconding. A remote and rugged piece of federal land in the Laramie Range Mountains is a paradise for hunters, and the U.S. Forest Service should keep it. That's what critics of a pending land exchange told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, referencing nearly 1,300 acres in the Green Mountain area near Laramie Peak in Albany County that's proposed to be swapped for 804 acres in 2 parcels owned by a private investment company based in Denver.
The way the guy described it was it's basically wilderness without being officially designated wilderness. You better eat your Wheaties before you hike in there, but if you do, there's some great elk hunting, potential bighorn sheep hunting back there, and they hate to see that lost to the public in exchange for this land that's maybe a little bit lower down, a little bit more easily accessible, which of course means it's can more easily become crowded.
A notice of decision from the Forest Service, expected to be in favor of the exchange, might be issued this month or in November. That won't make the deal final, but it will signal that the agency intends to move forward with the exchange. Wyoming's wild turkey season opened September 1st, but only for archery. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department doesn't offer a tag for tenderizing a turkey with a car windshield. One family found that out the hard way last week while driving U.S. Highway 14 from Powell to Cody. They told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that the turkey decided to lift off and fly across the highway right as the family's Chevy Suburban zoomed by.
A grown male turkey can weigh up to 22 pounds. So these are hefty animals, and going 70 miles per hour down the road can be potentially fatal because, if a turkey's hefty enough and you're going fast enough that it gets through, that's nothing to scoff at.
Fortunately, they were able to navigate back to Cody despite their shattered windshield, which cost $350 to replace. That comes out to a steep $17.50 per pound of tenderized turkey. I'll be back in just 20 seconds with more news.
When we say community is the heart of Hilltop, we're talking about a team of bankers committed to improving the place we call home. A team that shows up every day to help businesses thrive and gives back to our neighbors through time, attention, and service. We're inspired by the way our bankers give back because that's one of the many qualities that makes us truly a community bank. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Pumpkin guts spewed across the Washakie County Fairgrounds with wet, echoing thuds and squeals of joy at Saturday's 2024 Wyoming State Pumpkin Weigh-Off and Oktoberfest.
And 54 pounds, which was mind-blowing. I think everyone had a blast, and we did document it on video, and that video is up on the website now, and I think it really portrays the emotions from the day.
You can see Ellie's full video at cowboystatedaily.com. Nate Woodruff may not have been born in Wyoming, but he shares some of the same values, Western attitude, and a passion for good whiskey with his Cowboy State neighbors. Woodruff, who now lives in Pinedale, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that he's turned that love of whiskey into the greatest job ever, tasting and reviewing the spirit for his online following.
He started in New Jersey on the East Coast, but he said one day he was just hiking in the woods, and he had already been doing some whiskey reviews, but he put a bottle on a rock in the middle of a stream, took a photo of it, did a review of the whiskey, posted it on Instagram, and it just blew up. And he said he found his niche, and so he's been doing that for several years and is doing very well. In fact, he's going to start a podcast in the coming year and just has had all kinds of opportunities traveling overseas to Scotland distilleries and other places around the world to promote whiskey.
As someone who has been to all the lower 48 states already on adventures, traveled internationally, and carried a lot of bottles onto many mountaintops, Woodruff says he appreciates how fortunate he is. And it's October, a time to relay stories of haunted places and tales of mystery from around the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy brings us a tale of a lost treasure, a mysterious skeleton, and cries from deep within the earth, which haunted a Fremont County family more than 80 years ago on their homestead near Badwater Creek.
We have newspaper accounts dating back to October 8th, 1940, when this family on Badwater dug up not only a ring, which they lost, but they also found a skeleton. And like any teenager, their son stuck that under their bed and kept it in the house for maybe just a short while. But what soon followed was that this newly dug cellar where they discovered the skeleton, it started giving the family a little bit of creeps, because they would hear every time they went down there earthly moans and earthly cries.
Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean had a first-hand experience with ghosts at the historic Sheridan Inn when she dined at the Open Range Grill there last week. Because she's not one to eat and run, particularly after a great dining experience, Renee was just leisurely looking through some news articles on her cell phone when she caught a kind of whirling motion out of the corner of her eye.
It was like something moving, and I heard a sound. And then the waitress is walking over to me, and she's picking up a glass that is rolled right by my table. I'm realizing that something has happened with the glass that really shouldn't have happened. This woman is telling how she saw the glass just scoot on the table and kind of twirl end over end after it fell off the table. And the table was perfectly flat. There was no jiggle at all. There was no one walking around that area. It was dry, it's a wooden table too. So it's not like it's a completely necessarily smooth table. You can see the ridges from the wood. So I can't explain it.
Unusual events like this happen quite frequently at Open Range, according to the general manager, and not just upstairs in the restaurant. There's a basement too, where lights sometimes turn themselves on and off, and doors sometimes close themselves. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
From
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Well, good morning. It's 6:16 on a beautiful Monday. And again, I'm having a nervous eye on our statistics, which our analytics show we got a ton of people watching and viewing. But it also shows a high rate of drop frames, which for those of you who are not in the business is not good. And my Starlink, I'm not sure if it's quite up to the task because obviously I'm broadcasting from an unknown remote area high in the Teton Mountains. Well, not real high. And it's a difficult place to get interwebs, to get service. And yeah, it's just really crummy. Well, we'll forge on. Stories of the day, obviously, begin and end with these fires. And they are worrisome. The Elk Fire, at one point, 76,000 acres. It's been adjusted Sunday morning to 72,000, about 73,000. Give or take. I look at a lot of photos, and let me get you one here. I look at a lot of photos on the way it's burning, and to me, and of course I'm, not an expert, but I know in talking to many fire people, it's burning in a way that firefighters and especially wildland managers like, and it's this mosaic pattern of burning. Here is a photo you can see of, great photo taken, by the way, of Chad Flanagan, who is one of the sources of this story. But you can see that mosaic pattern where wind-blown embers and flames will catch certain parts of trees, and you don't get complete scorched earth burning, at least not in the mountains. Now, I've seen also photos of this getting down on the ground, and here's one where you see scorched earth when it's down in the valley floor. You see this residence, this ranch in this photo that looks like it's surrounded. YDOT worker at Burgess Junction made a morning run Saturday to check the road and snap this photo. YDOT District 4 photo taker. That's a heck of a shot right there. And that shows you, when that fire gets down to the valley floor, it just scoots across, becomes a grassland fire, and that home is spared, the one in this photo, but unbelievable. 2 residences have burned, according to our own Greg Johnson, who's on this fire. 2 residents burn. And you've got a lot of people on pins and needles waiting to see if they're going to have to evacuate. Great lead from Greg Johnson, by the way. This is the first thing you read in a story. It's called a lead in the business. People in the potential path of an out-of-control wildfire that's scorching its way across northwest Sheridan County may not be able to get to church services Sunday, but are nonetheless doing plenty of praying. That's a compelling lead. And yeah, even those not inclined to pray are suddenly becoming very faithful, hopeful in something. And here's a couple of interesting developments about the elk fire that is burning in the northern Bighorn Mountains. And if you're trying to get an idea where that is, I'm going to bring that up for you, see if I can show you exactly where we're talking about. For those of you who are a little less familiar with Wyoming, or maybe, you live in one of the neighboring states, maybe you're not here at all, but here's where we're talking about. Now, this star, you can maybe see my cursor. This star here, this is the fire we were talking about weeks ago, a month ago. The Fish Creek fire and now the Pack Trail fire, which have combined efforts. That fire is now being nomenclatured the Pack Trail fire. It's a complex, meaning two fires have joined. It's the fire that was threatening Brooks Lake Lodge and perhaps still is to a degree, but now there's other developments, and we'll talk about that fire in a minute. That's the one that's kind of between Jackson here and DuBois, and getting into the Highway 26 a little bit. But the fear now is this fire, which had been moving to the northeast, is now also moving to the south and southwest, which would back it up into the Grovemont Wilderness. And that wouldn't be good for anybody. But the fire we're talking about right now is this elk fire way up here and the border of Montana, way up here at the top of the state, just outside of Dayton, Ranchester, Parkman, which you can't see on the map. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at there. And I want to play a little bit of a video from some fire officials over the weekend. Here's some Wyoming come together, get it done kind of stuff. Over the weekend, I remember it began Saturday, and we're talking about the elk fire in the Bighorns. Excuse me while I gulp coffee, because if I don't, I'm never going to stay awake through the 4 hours here. It was a rough weekend. Saturday, I remember hearing from the Sheridan County Sheriff's Office, and that is Sheriff Ken Blackburn, the Bighorn County Sheridan's office. Bighorn County Sheridan's office. Ken Blackburn was saying that it was his understanding there was immediate road closure of Highway 14 near Shell, Wyoming. Now, we already knew there was a closure of 14A, and let me show you that on the screen here if I can. Yes, sort of. Yeah, I'm going to move it over just a little bit. If you look at this, the map and road closures, YDOT showing all roads green and open except for right up here in this area of the fire. And 14A and now 14 were closed. So this happened Saturday, and without the county's knowledge. It just shows you what an interagency thing is going on when you got a wildfire. You got the feds fighting the fire. At a certain point, these big fires are turned over from state agencies to interagency, federal, kind of nebulous who answers to who thing. But an interagency firefighting team is on this job. And if they think a road needs to be closed, they close it. And sometimes they don't have time to call the sheriff's office, forget to call the sheriff, may never call the sheriff's office. And so credit the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office to say, wait a minute, you can't just close a highway and not tell us. We've got people that need to get livestock out of there or livestock fed, that you can't cut them off from their livestock. So good job by Sheriff Ken Blackburn, who said, look, we know that the road was closed by firefighters, and we let them know that some locals need to get in there, and we're on it. And they said this on their Facebook page. This was going back Saturday. So they figured that out. The sheriff's office got together with the firefighting people. They figured out a way to allow ranchers in there to get their cattle out. And then the next business at hand was getting the cattle out. And there was a statewide, region-wide call for cattle trucks. Anybody with a cattle truck in the Sheridan, Dayton, Bighorn Mountain area, please come over here and get these cattle out. Help us. And that was done successfully. The neighbors calling for semis. Here's one Facebook post. The Kane family needs semis. 15 semis to haul their herd off the mountain. Call Terry Kane. And there were several different ranchers who needed immediate relief. Cattle trucks, whatever you got, a trailer, a livestock trailer. Then and apparently everybody came together, and so far so good. I want to show you one more thing. It's incredible. Don't necessarily need the music with it, but this is a video taken by Kylie Carol Shaw. This is on the Facebook, so I'm going to share this with you, and you'll see elk running from the flames, running from the fire. Large elk herd running from the fire. Now, Kylie is driving here. If she'll stop in a minute, and you'll get a better look. But you see that elk herd, and she says they are fleeing the fire. You see all the smoke. And then she'll stop here in a minute right there. And look at that. I mean, that's a major elk herd leaving the Bighorn Mountains, trying to get away from this fire. So it's animals doing what animals do when there's a fire, and it's called getting the heck out of there. Yeah, it is wild what's going on outside of Dayton, Ranchester, and Parkman. This fire is trying to make its way into Montana. That'll soon be Montana's problem. But state borders don't mean anything. In a fire this big. You've got interagency firefighters working on it. Last I heard, in fact, I'll double check to see what we got on that. Last I heard, 200 personnel. They're doing what they can do, but this fire is starting now to creep south, just like the other wildfire in Wyoming, the Pack Trail fire. This elk fire is also starting to make its way south. Now, that's not where the prevailing winds would drive it, but that's where the available fuels are to burn as it works its way down to the southeast, down the Bighorn. And that would bring it toward Dayton, a town that was once nervous about evacuating, then told it looked like they'd be safe for a while. Now they're again worried that fire is making its way toward them. So, yeah, that elk fire, top story of the day, big. And 2 primary residences have burned. Eaton's Ranch, famous Eaton's Ranch. That is a historic ranch. I had a job waiting for me at Eaton's Ranch once, and I chose another ranch to go to, but that's a historic ranch. They've been, they're on evacuation alert. So, yeah, 74,000 acres, elk fire. We'll try to get the latest this morning on what's happening with that. But It's not going away anytime soon. And the other fire of note, I do have some info on that Pack Trail fire. First, I think I have, I have Pack Trail fire update, weather update, and update from the Bridger Teton National Forest where that fire is burning. Let me take you there to this. This occurred over the weekend. And I think, yes. And I'm trying to get audio.
We had a day and a half of red flag warnings with very strong winds and low relative humidity. That started to calm down a little bit. Winds aren't quite as strong anymore for us. So overnight last night, winds actually became rather light over most of the fire. Even after yesterday, we saw a lot of that wind pushing that smoke into town here in Du Bois. That's going to continue. We are going to still have that smoke coming right out of the west as that westerly wind is mainly over the fire. A little bit of a northwest component. That's really helping push that smoke towards town here. As far as the fire goes, though, with that lighter wind, it's still a little bit gusty at Ridgetop, but it's not too bad, and certainly an improvement over what we've been seeing. But that's mainly a westerly to northwesterly wind. But with all this terrain, it likes to funnel through the terrain like water. It likes to flow down some of those valleys. So we do get more of a northwest wind in some locations, especially down here on the south end, and that's certainly been observed in some of the fire behavior. One of the things I look at as a meteorologist, though, is the humidity. We often think of the humidity.
You can see
how much moisture the air can hold.
The indications of that fire going to the southeast. That would head the fire towards Du Bois, and that would also, though, bring the fire into an old burn scar. The Purdy fire happened there years ago, so it would be kind of a good thing, kind of a obviously bad thing to have the fire moving anywhere, but if the fire were to move, and this is the Pack Trail fire, if that fire were to move toward Du Bois, it would start to get into that previous fire scar of Purdy fire. So there would be less available fuels for that fire. So that would be maybe some good news. But yeah, a lot going on with the fires. And was hoping to have our managing editor, Greg Johnson, on to talk fire, but don't see him. We do have a functional studio phone line now, though. I hesitate to advertise it because I'm still getting used to answering it. I'm happy to have people call in, but I'm really bad at figuring out if it's ringing. But I don't know. I kind of tested it over the weekend, and I think we can take calls. We will be talking later this morning. I know that I've set up some things with some of our reporters. Andrew Rossi will be checking in, and he'll talk to us about a couple of his stories. One includes flying turkeys. Yes. That sounds a lot like the WKRP Thanksgiving promotion, flying turkeys. We're going to do that. And Andrew's also got an interesting story about back in the day when visitors used to be able to swim in Old Faithful waters. It only cost you 50 cents. Now, back in the day, people did a lot of things in Yellowstone. They fed the grizzlies. They actually had bleachers set up, and you could watch the grizzlies being fed. We had a lot of bad behavior in Yellowstone back in the day. But from 1914 through 1951, the Old Faithful bathhouse and swimming pool was a big draw, a huge attraction. And visitors for 50 cents a throw could swim in the same geothermal waters that erupted from Yellowstone geysers, including Old Faithful. Not anymore. But an interesting story from Andrew. So he'll join us. We'll talk turkey and we'll talk Yellowstone as well. I also want to check in. Hopefully, I put a note out to Renee because she's got a bunch of really cool stories, Renee Jean. And one of them is about the new Amish who do have and own and use cell phones. They do wear clothing that's not completely homemade, and they do operate power tools. And she ran into a few of these young men just outside of Evanston as they work on a project there. I think Wyoming Downs is expanding. I think they're working on a build there. So the new, and I put in parentheses, improved Amish, although I don't know that all Amish subscribe to the way these guys roll, but we'll talk about them. And Renee will also discovered the largest MRI machine in the state of Wyoming. It's in Casper, and it utilizes AI, artificial intelligence. Now, what does AI need to be doing in the tube that they shove you in to do an MRI? Actually, it's a pretty decent use of AI. I'm afraid of AI like everybody else. It's going to take all our jobs. We've all seen the science fiction movies. AI will one day take over the world. We'll have to fight back. We'll have to find a friendly robot like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we'll have to fight back and kill the robots that are trying to exterminate humans. Because sooner or later, if you build AI and you teach it to think, if you build, robots or some kind of artificial intelligence under the premise that it's just going to help us with everyday tasks, right? That's all it's going to do. Right. That's what happens in the first 15 minutes of the movie. All we want to do is make our life easier, okay? Right now, the dryer, when the dryer's done with the wash, there's a buzzer. Sometimes I don't hear it. So I want AI to give me an update on my phone that the dryer is done. It seems harmless, right? I want ChatGPT to write this breakup note to my girlfriend because I don't want to call her. Nobody calls anymore. You don't pick up the phone. I want to text her. And then I don't quite have the right words. It's not me, it's you. Or wait, see, I blew it already. It's not you, it's me. There's somebody better for you out there. All that kind of garbage. I'm going to have AI go out, search the internet, find the perfect breakup text, and send it to my girlfriend. One press of a button, AI is doing a job for me. So AI is great, right? ChatGPT, the robots. But again, yeah, we've seen the movie. Because the more you teach AI, the more you show artificial intelligence that the reason I'm asking you to do this task is because humans are weak, humans are stupid, humans are lazy. And AI starts to think these humans really are not the higher species. These people I'm working for, a bunch of morons, is what AI starts to think. And AI takes it the step further because you've given robots permission to be nimble with their reasoning. You want the best AI out there you can get. So you teach it, hey, if you see an opportunity, jump on that, be smart, learn. You have full carte blanche to get better. Oh, wait. Where's my where I can go to the screen and talk to the viewer? You told AI, if you can, get smart. Do I have any kind of music? Yeah, here we go. That's not that's all right. You know what I mean. Here, let me find some scary music. You say AI 2.0, it's okay to find flaws in humans. It's okay to get better, to get smarter. It's all right, AI. And pretty soon, artificial intelligence has only one edict, has only one command.
Must destroy humans. Humans are inferior.
Yeah, and that is what I'm talking about. AI decides we're the weaker. We shouldn't be at the top of the food chain. We should be more like the bottom. And AI starts doing stuff. And then we got to fight and take control of our planet back. And hopefully when this happens, Will Smith is still alive because he would have to play the starring role, even though he would be very aging at this point. And we get Will Smith. Bruce Willis is out. And we take back control. But yeah, this is what I'm afraid of. But why did I get off on this tangent? Because AI is being used by the McGinley Clinic. They got this brand new fancy MRI tube from Germany. And AI actually is a good thing here, and we'll tell you why. Because it means they use less magnets, smaller magnets. So it's all good here. AI actually has some practical and good and beneficial uses in the medical world. Outside of that, I don't trust it. Let's take a fast break.
Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Okay, I really feel like restarting the stream here and getting some better settings because it's not thrilling me. It really bums me out when technology can't keep up with me. I'm ready to go. It's the tech that can't hang in there. This is Cassie Craven, one of, I'm alluding to, for those of you that are following along on radio, and one day that will be the thing. We're not currently on a radio station. We will be soon. And the plan is to be on radio everywhere, all the time, all over. Syndicated on radio. And we're working on a couple of test radio stations to start, and then one day complete statewide dominance. But right now, we are on, of course, the Cowboy State Daily website. There are other ways to join us, by the way. Vimeo, if that's your preferred app. I understand, some people, when they're working in the morning, if you're not mobile, if you're doing the desktop thing, some people like to have, a certain app open. Maybe you like your podcast. This is essentially, a morning podcast. Maybe you like to consume your podcast in Vimeo. Maybe you like YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitch. We're on them all. So if you don't want to be on the website watching, you can watch on other platforms. So feel free to find us. I'll come up with a better list and places to find us. But for now, you know how to work the search deal, right? I mean, if Vimeo is your bag, get on Vimeo and look for Cowboy State Daily. If you're a YouTuber, I just checked it out the other day on YouTube. I'm like, where is our broadcast on YouTube? And I found it in, 10 seconds. So follow us on whatever you feel comfortable on following us on. And just to put kind of a period, a dagger in this thing, because we talked a lot last week about the story of University of Wyoming volleyball team refusing to play San Jose State because they had a transgender player on the team. This is going to be my final, unless the issue comes up again, and the issue probably is never going away. But Cassie Craven, I think, our Cowboy State Daily columnist and lawyer and just all-around knowledgeable person, she would be great to have as a guest. I've reached out to Cassie and wanted to get her on this morning. We'll see. I'm working on it. But I did want to talk to Cassie because she brings the perspective of being a woman. And so far, the people I've talked to the story about, we did have Sally Ann Shermer on, but we were going from the angle of what did the university decide and why. Cassie just straight up is going to offers us insight into what it's like for a woman to be lined up against a male-born player of another sport. And it's not a great feeling. Cassie Craven writes, height, weight, size, these things impact women's safety, and I will not keep quiet about them for a game of virtue signaling and placating yet another man's emotions. Woo! Another great quote from Cassie Craven in this story is, I need to find it. She pulls no punches though, and that's typical Cassandra. So I wanted to rap with her about what she thinks from the perspective of a woman who might be asked to play a male-born sports person. And I'm trying to paraphrase Cassie's entire column, which you should go read to fully understand, because I'm not doing it justice by just the Reader's Digest version. But basically, Cassie said, kind of what I was saying. Look, if you want to change your sex, change your gender, okay. But there's two places where Wyoming wants to be able to tell you what they think, and that's in the bathroom and on the court or in the pool or on the track. If you want to play sports, then you play with the boys. If you were born boy, period, is Wyoming's stance. And what Cassie's saying, if you want to go to the bathroom, pick the one that best represents how you were born, not what you feel like. So, yeah, interesting. Go read Cassie Craven's column in Cowboy State Daily, one of our regular columnists. We'll circle back to the fires in the next hour. Let's dig into one story we have time for. 6:49. We got about 11 minutes to the top of the hour. And we can talk about Riley's pumpkin exploding video. We told you, we promised you in the pumpkin drop that Riley Strand would be there to cover this thing. And he did. The pumpkin has a name, by the way. And with this 1,254-pound pumpkin that we dropped in Worland on Saturday at the Washakie County Fairgrounds, The whole event covered by our videographer, Riley Strands, because we didn't want you to miss a pumpkin plummeting to earth and falling on Wile E. Coyote. As you see a little bit of the story from Riley. Riley got the full video. I don't want to play it because I want to wait till we have Riley on. Riley Strand's coming on in the 9 o'clock hour, and he can talk about it. And there is Riley. And I don't want to, blow the money shot here, which is the pumpkin falling on Wile E. Coyote. Crunch. And it was a perfect hit, by the way. We did speculate, what if you're a little bit off? What if you miss? There's no redo. 175 feet in the air at the Pumpkin Way Off Oktoberfest extravaganza Saturday. And this pumpkin was a direct hit. It was Lovell's Chad Kurtenbach, by the way, that took home a $1,000 grand prize for growing the big pumpkin. He said it took him 3 years of practice to get it just right, the genetics, and he come up with a 1,254-pound pumpkin that was smashed on Wile E. Coyote's likeness, a 7-foot cardboard statue. He said, I made a lot of mistakes with bad fertilizer mix and some of that, but he's like, I think next year you're going to see an even bigger one. Jay Richard, the Pumpkin King, is the brainchild of this event, and he's been doing it for 6 years now. I think this might have been number 7 as Wile E. Coyote met his fate. Let's check out this video. I'm not sure if this is the video that shows the pumpkin smashing, but we should play. Let's check this out. This is what happened Saturday. If you could not join us in Worland, boy, did you miss out.
This is 160 days of labor for about 5 seconds of fun.
Do you know when babies are born and they're really slippery, sometimes they get dropped on their head? Well, they grow up to either be a politician or a pumpkin grower. I mean, it's about as redneck. It's so redneck, if it was any more redneck, a tractor pull would break out. It's a lot of fun. It has no meaning. It has no value. It's ridiculous, but it's fun. How about 141 pounds? Not too bad. First time grower, right? Awesome. That's cool. Stand right behind me. We'll get your picture, okay? This event is all about pumpkins and zucchini and squash and watermelon, anything big that you can grow, pretty much, sunflowers. But the event is a fall festival. It's loosely based on the Oktoberfest that Worland has enjoyed for many, many years. And it disappeared, and we're trying to revive it to the best that we can. The title was originally, they called me Worland's Pumpkin King, and it just grew from there. I'm not a pumpkin king. I'm not a king anything, but I do have a lot of fun. I love this event. I love sharing my pumpkins with people. I would call myself more of a pumpkin ambassador. I've always been the bridesmaid, rarely the bride. It's certified, if you will. So when we put it on the scale is certified, so we know when we put it on there, if we have a record that it is actual, that it is legitimate, and it's can be sanctioned, and they can claim the title then, which is really cool. That would be a fun thing to do someday. This new record today needs to go 80 pounds heavier than it's estimated. It's got it in. One of the things you can really control on these is you have to have good work. It takes a lot of effort. You don't accidentally grow one of these. They don't occur in nature. They have to be nurtured into this state. 1,254. Still, excellent. Guys, 3 years growing. Right there, get the picture taken. How about that? So that's a pretty legit pumpkin. And that'll be grown by Chad Kurtenbach up in Lovell.
Is the motivation to be a giant pumpkin grower?
You want the freelancer or the made-up one? Well, I live in Lovell, Wyoming, and there's not a lot to do. So, well, I've always liked gardening, and I grew pumpkins as a kid, and saw these bigger pumpkins on various places. I'm going to try that. You know, it's not expected by any means. There's a lot of people here who know what they're doing, so the fact that I won, you know, is I take that as a compliment for sure. Because, you know, there's other people here that probably should win.
Pick a fruit, Ian. There's more seeds on this end. Get all the seeds.
So there's kind of a funny story with the pumpkin drop. I thought the other question we get asked is, what do you do with them? What do you do with a 1,000-pound pumpkin, right? I don't know. We thought I had it. And I see a video from the Utah people dropping pumpkins from a crane. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Swing Trucking has a big crane. I wonder if they would do that. So a couple phone calls later, here we are.
I remember the first time we did it, they asked me, how high you want to go? I said, how high will it go? And he goes, 175. I said, well, I reckon we ought to go all the way to the top. He got about halfway. My stomach literally went, gulp. Now, this is either go really good or really bad.
Last year we were a little overwhelmed by the amount of people that came. We don't have an exact count, but we would say it was north of 2,000, maybe 2,200 people we were guessing. We've got Wile E. Coyote. I am told I've got a dryer in the back of a pickup over here we're going to take care of, and then the rest of them will probably just drop on the ground because they're cool when they hit the ground. So.
Beep, beep. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Man, is that cool? You guys want to come down here and check out the carnage? You sure can. That's awesome. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate you guys so much.
That's
come back next year.
awesome.
Tell a friend. You want to grow?
Total destruction of that Wile E. Coyote. The pumpkin didn't fare too well either. Great job by Riley Strand to capture that because we couldn't all be in Warland on Saturday. We wouldn't all fit in Warland on Saturday at the Washakie County Fairgrounds. That's pretty fun. Great job by Riley Strand. We'll talk to the Cowboy State Daily videographer in the 9 o'clock hour and get the full scoop on, you know, just how you do capture a pumpkin falling from 175 feet. What kind of lens do you use? What's the f-stop and stuff like that? Yeah, just for you videographers in case you want to know. Take a quick look at Don Day's weather forecast. You did not see his appearance in the top of the hour news with Wendy. I think he was busy coming back from a balloon thing down in Albuquerque. I think we'll talk with him at 7:20. I believe he's on, but he's calling for areas of smoke, obviously, in the Casper, Lander, Shoshone area. Otherwise, sunny in the mid-70s there in central Wyoming. In the southwest, Evanston, Rock Springs, Cokeville, you're not dealing with any smoke down there. You're far enough away from both fires, and you'll enjoy a high today in the low 70s in those communities. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, Afton, LaBarge. Might see a little bit of smoke in Pinedale. Otherwise, sunny today with highs in the upper 60s, low 70s. DuBois, Jackson, Old Faithful, and Yellowstone Park. You'll see some smoke in the morning. That should clear out in the afternoon and get you to a high of upper 60s, low 70s in the Bighorn Basin, Thermop, Cody, Grable. You're going to be looking at temps in the upper 70s after the smoke clears this morning and you get to sunny skies. Buffalo, Sheridan, Bighorn, obviously smoky and hazy. How much the sun can penetrate will be questionable, but highs in the mid to upper 70s, warm. Now, the wind is going to be a little bit down. We'll talk to Don Day at 7:20 and see how far down. But not gusting like it was last week and over the weekend. Gillette, Sundance, You're smoky to start the day, and then maybe mid to upper 70s in the eastern plains. Torrington, Lusk, Guernsey, hazy, smoky, with highs topping out right around 80. Cheyenne, Laramie, Pine Bluffs, a little bit hazy in the morning, with windy conditions down there in the southeast part of the state. Highs in the Cheyenne, Laramie, and Pine Bluffs area getting into the mid 70s. And in south central Rawlins, Saratoga, Wamsutter, you're going to be high right around 70 with sunny skies today. So really across the state, very comfortable, warm temps as summer kind of continues here right through October 7th. Time now to check in with Wendy Kors. Local news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, October 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kors. The elk fire that began with a lightning strike southeast of Dayton and blew up overnight last Sunday has continued to blow up since. The fire was last estimated to be around 73,000 acres on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of those who had evacuated or been told to be ready to leave their homes.
The whole town of Dayton is on set status. A lifelong resident of Dayton explained they sent out a notice at 3 a.m. on Saturday. He went outside and he said the whole mountain was just glowing orange. It was very surreal.
But Johnson said there are some signs of hope.
YDOT posted a photo Sunday morning. It showed a single farmhouse, totally safe. All around it is black. The firefighters did a good job protecting that home.
The elk fire is raging on the mountains that inspire Ian Munsick's Wyoming brand of music, and his own family's ranch is among the many that now sit in harm's way. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to the country music star who started a relief fund to help his friends and neighbors.
So this is kind of his childhood on fire. That's why he started the GoFundMe, which I just checked, and it is at 92,000 so far. He kicked it off with 15,000 from himself, 15,000 from his wife, Caroline. Now it is tripled from the initial donation.
This is not the first time the Munsicks have seen fire coming for Dayton and their family's ranch. About 20 years ago, he said he remembers packing up everything in the horse trailer. The fire didn't end up making it all the way to the Munsick family's ranch then, but it did burn parts of Dayton. 15 inmates incarcerated at the Wyoming Honor Conservation Camp in Newcastle, one of the state's 2 minimum security prisons, have been allowed outside their prison walls this summer to help fight some of Wyoming's out-of-control wildfires. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to members of the Wyoming Smoke Busters who've been putting in long hours of hard work this summer.
The people who join the team are extremely happy to be there. You know, they see it as a great opportunity to get out of the prison and really to give back to their community. And it's grueling work. You know, when they're not on fires, they're out thinning trees and doing a number of forestry projects.
The program dates back to 1964. Inmates approved to become smoke busters have to pass a strict multidisciplinary team process, which means they can't have been charged for murder or other violent crimes or have a history of absconding. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous at 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
A remote and rugged piece of federal land in the Laramie Range Mountains is a paradise for hunters, and U.S. Forest Service should keep it. That's what critics of a pending land exchange told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, referencing nearly 1,300 acres in the Green Mountain area near Laramie Peak in Albany County.
The way the guy described it was it's basically wilderness without being officially designated wilderness. You better eat your Wheaties before you hike in there, but if you do, there's some great elk hunting, potential bighorn sheep hunting back there, and they hate to see that lost to the public in exchange for this land that's maybe a little bit lower down, a little bit more easily accessible, which of course means it's can more easily become crowded.
A notice of decision from the Forest Service, expected to be in favor of the exchange, might be issued this month or in November. Wyoming's wild turkey season opened up September 1st, but only for archery. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department doesn't offer a tag for tenderizing a turkey with a car windshield, as one family found out the hard way last week. They told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi the turkey decided to lift off and fly across U.S. Highway 14 between Powell and Cody right as the family's Chevy Suburban zoomed by.
A grown male turkey can weigh up to 22 pounds. So these are hefty animals, and going 70 miles per hour down the road, it can be potentially fatal because, you know, if a turkey's hefty enough and you're going fast enough that it gets through, that's nothing to scoff at.
Fortunately, the family was able to navigate back to Cody despite their shattered windshield, which cost $350 to replace. That comes out to a steep $17.50 per pound of tenderized turkey. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We're back in Studio 706 on this Monday morning, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. And we are going to talk turkey with Andrew Rossi later in the broadcast and find out what happens when a 22-pound turkey meets your windshield of a Chevy Silverado. Wham! That's what happens. I'll tell you, I'll share with Andrew and our viewers about when I hit an eagle, a bald eagle. The eagle was fine. But yeah, we'll talk what happens when you hit birds with your windshield. Meanwhile, let's circle back real quick to the elk fire. That's the one burning in the northern Bighorns. And Ian Munsick, I can't applaud his efforts enough. Ian Munsick, who grew up in the area, of course, is watching his hometown nearly burning down. And it just so happens, and if you don't know Ian Munsick, where have you been, number one? And here he is. Ian Munsick, big-time country music star at this point. He's a homegrown product. He's a Wyoming guy, and he's now, nationally known, internationally known. He's a big deal. He just happens to be in Wyoming now. Like, he could be anywhere on tour, and he just happened to be playing the Wyoming Ford Center in Casper. And he told us, Cowboy State Daily, earlier this year, we got a chance to catch up with Ian Munsick, and he said that's always been on his bucket list, to play his hometown, to play one of the bigger, if not the biggest, concert venue in Wyoming, the Wyoming Ford Center. He's always wanted to do it. He just played a concert there over the weekend, and I'm reaching out to our own Abby Royce, trying to get her to. She went to the show, I'm pretty sure. I wanted to get her take on the show, and Abby's going to give us a little critique of the concert. And also, I'd be interested to know exactly what Ian said about the fires. For sure, he addressed it in his concert. Had to have. I'd be interested to know what he said as he was in concert over the weekend. But what he did say to our own Renee Jean is he has fond memories of Dayton. He grew up in the area. He said, I really love the river. The Tongue River flows right through Dayton. We used to go tubing down there all the time. I mean, we'd walk down there, go fly fishing in the Tongue. He just loves the area. It's where I spent my weekends. It's a beautiful little town. Ian just talking about Dayton, talking about the fire, which you see here, that's threatening Dayton and other towns. So he started a fundraiser, and he salted the mine with $15,000 and then $15K from his wife. And they were expecting maybe to raise $50,000. When Renee filed the story, they were at 92 last count. I'm looking right now live. So are you. 102,000 raised. So if somebody get on that GoFundMe, the Elk Fire Relief Fund. This is a legit fund started by Ian Munsick. So I know, in this day and age, you're never sure where your money's going. Caroline Munsick has ponied up $15,000, Ian $15,000 to get going. And if the 15 is outside of your realistic contribution, I understand. Whatever you can do that helps. Let's see if we can do a little better. 562 unique donations on GoFundMe, totaling $102,220. Let's raise the bar there. Let's raise some more money. The money is going to folks that are being put out, not to firefighters. They're paid, and they're also receiving, love and food and water and everything from local communities. This would be going to people that are displaced, people that lose their home, people that lose livestock. So that's really cool for Ian Munsick to be doing that. And I think we're going to jump on with Renee and get a feel for this story and more about it as we explore Ian Munsick and the things he's doing for the Elk Fire. And it's pretty cool. Ian, thank you so much. Your music has meant a lot to us. Maybe a song comes out of this, but that's pretty neat. The cat wants in, so should we take a commercial break? Maybe. I have time. Yeah, I'm going to quick recap. I'm not letting this cat in because he'll just cry for food, and I don't have any. Let's take a quick recap while we're here of high school football because it is a Monday. And if you're not sports oriented, I understand, but we'll do a quick recap of the football scene. That doesn't sound like a football. We need something tougher than that. No. Hold on. I'm going to get a good football. No. Okay, that might be football. Here's the high school football recap. What happened over the weekend, Friday and Saturday, including a record-setting football game. Highest score ever in the state of Wyoming for a football game. Combined over 180 points. Almost two. Wait, if I could do math, I could tell you exactly. Final score, record-setting football game, was 94-93, I think. It's in six-man football, so... But if you're not making distinctions, it is a record-setting score. What did I do with this story now? I can't even find it. Highest scoring game of all time. The scoreboard operator probably passed out trying to keep up with it. Maybe I saved it. I don't know where I saved it. Let me catch the other games, and then I'll try to find that one game for you. 4A football, talk about record-setting. Sheridan, look at this team. They just will not lose, refuse to lose. Cheyenne Central, not too many people were expecting it to be much of a game, and Sheridan romps again. What are they putting in the water up there? Cheyenne Central to take their 37th straight win. 37 consecutive wins without a loss. That's a record for the state of Wyoming. And Sheridan showing no signs of slowing down. Cheyenne East, third ranked, was better than fifth ranked Kelly Walsh, 29-20. East trailed 20-7 at the end of the first and then scored the last 20 game to win that one. Final score in Laramie, it's number 4, Natrona County 41, Laramie 15. Natrona County had a season high 428 yards of offense. Thunder Basin took care of Rock Springs 45-20. And Campbell County beats Cheyenne South. Now, if you were to look at the final score, you'd wonder, how does that happen? Cheyenne County won. Campbell County won. Cheyenne South, nothing. How do you score 1 point in football? It's impossible, right? Well, it's a forfeit, and it's unfortunate. And Cheyenne South Boy, I feel for them. They haven't won now in 44 straight games. Talking about Sheridan's win streak, now 37. How about Cheyenne South's losing streak? 44 losses in a row. That's a state record. These poor Cheyenne South. The Camels, by virtue of the forfeit, take a 1-0 win. It's injuries to blame. Cheyenne South said they're scheduled to play Laramie next week. They will play, they said, but they just didn't feel they could put together a football team to play Campbell County last Friday. So they forfeited the game. They told Campbell County in plenty of time. They said, hey, we just don't think we have enough healthy bodies to play a game. But in addition to that, the deeper problem with Cheyenne South, and one of these days I want to talk to, I don't know, somebody who knows high school football a little better, but Cheyenne South has got problems, and they're going to have problems for the foreseeable future. And it's because there's obviously more than one high school in Cheyenne. You can go to East, you can go to Central. So when you've got options and it's easy enough for you to show that you live in East, Central, or South, I say easy enough. You still, if you go to Cheyenne South, you live in Cheyenne South. There are districts mapped off, but I know plenty of kids that are in the parents live in different places, or you can fudge where you technically live, and nobody wants to play football for South. So anybody you got a similar thing going on in Cody Powell, and don't pretend you don't. Nobody wants to play football for Powell these days. They all want to go to Cody and be a winner. But you got that going on in Cheyenne. It's a real problem. You got 3 high schools, and you don't want to play for South. They haven't won in 44 games. So if you can, you take your mail somewhere else and you try to prove that you belong to Central or East. Anyway, going to 3A football, Star Valley, top ranked, took care of Powell 42-7. Bryson kneeled 18 catches for 287 yards and a TD for the Braves. Boy, that Star Valley looks awful good. Number 2 ranked Cody wiped out Evanston at home 50-3. The Bronx with nearly 200 yards of offense. Riverton 16-15 edged out Buffalo. That was a fun game. Buffalo had the lead for most of the way, but Riverton grabs that from them. Number 5th ranked Douglas 20-11 over Lander. Jackson, in a game that I broadcast, nearly blew a 21-point lead at the half. In fact, they did. Green River came back, tied that thing at 21 apiece before Jackson found another gear, pulled away 35-21 the final there. Jackson wins on the road, an important conference win. Torrington 42-14 over Rawlins. In 2A, Kemmerer took care of Lyman. 5th-ranked Cokeville 38-22 over Cokeville. Moorcroft at Bighorn was canceled. That's due to the wildfire. Newcastle 28-6 over Glen Rock. The top-ranked Mountain View 48-0 over Pinedale. Lovell beat Worland handily 28-7. Burns over Wheatland in overtime 15-7. And Sundance beat Tongue River 1-0. That game was also a forfeit. Tongue River, although I'm not quite sure on the particulars of why it was a forfeit. Obviously, Tongue River in a game at home would not be able to play that game. You wouldn't think. But let's see. I'm going to open the Zoom room, and hopefully we get Don Day joining us here in a little bit. We'll talk weather with him in just a moment as that wraps up high school football. But, I'm worried about Cheyenne South, where that program is headed. That poor team, 44 straight losses, and the polar opposite of Sheridan that just can't lose. Is it Sheridan Bronx? Are they Bronx also?
Yeah, Bronx also.
Yeah, Sheridan Bronx. Cody Bronx. It pays to be a Bronx, I guess. Abby says she might be able to join us a little bit later, or she might be able to get Ian's brother on with us. So that'd be cool. Whatever we can do. I'm just interested to see how that concert went at the Ford Center and whether Ian did talk about his campaign, his GoFundMe campaign to raise some money for the peoples in the Elk Fire, because Ian, that's his home area. That's where he grew up, and he's pretty worried about that. So, yeah, I'd like to know. Greg Johnson's going to join us also this hour and talk fires and whatever the latest is. Oh, that's what I was going to do, is to check out the latest acreage. Although, I mean, it's just depressing to see the numbers grow. But again, keep in mind that containment, total acres, sometimes, I mean, it gives you a good indication that the size of a fire and how much you should worry maybe, but also it can be misleading as well. Acreage and containment. And when you see zero containment, is that bad? When you see huge acreage, is that bad? Not necessarily in the benefits of a fire in the end, but certainly acreage is problematic when that acreage is right up to an urban wildlife interface and you got structures threatened. That's definitely a problem. Also, stories that I haven't mentioned that I want to talk about. Hopefully we'll get with Jackie this morning and talk about the Yellowstone Highway at 100. It's been 100 years since the Yellowstone Highway was basically blasted through rugged and unforgiving rock canyon called the Wind River Canyon. If you've ever driven the Wind River Canyon from Shoshone to Thermopolis, you know what a bear that canyon is. And you can't imagine what it took to get a road through there and a rail through there. Obviously, the Wind River runs through there. But to put a road down, to put a highway down so folks could get to Yellowstone, that was $1 million. And today it would, it'd probably be $100 million. Who knows? But that was $1 million effort back in the day. Don Day's with us. The Don Day weather forecast. I guess we'll play your podcast later, Don, and get an idea of what's happening. But first, yes, where are you? Are you back from Albuquerque? What are you doing?
No, in fact, I'll show you here in a minute.
Oh.
Let me switch my camera.
Oh, look at that. You're doing the balloon thing.
Yep, they're just all taking off right now.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, there we go. So let me walk around. It's quite exciting to see them all up into the air.
Yeah. It's out of focus for some reason. Maybe you got some settings on your phone. I don't want to mess you up, but
okay. Well, sorry about that. That's wild. Well,
that's
let
all
me
right.
Go back to where we are.
That's pretty cool.
We'll get that fixed. We'll get that fixed for next time.
As long as you're in focus, and you are, so you look great. So, I mean, while you're there, let's talk about the balloon. Why does these big balloons need a meteorologist? What is the forecast that concerns them?
Well, the wind. Ironic, right? The Wyoming with the wind. These hot air balloons with the amount of fabric and the fact that they're so large is extremely sensitive to wind, and so you want to be safe, right? So when you inflate these things, you need wind speeds that they need to be 6 or 7 miles per hour at the very most. And you want to land really at nothing faster than that. And so since they're so sensitive to the weather, and, we're going to have over 500 balloons in the air and, 2 or 3 passengers each. Some of these balloons carry more. You've got a lot of people in the air. So you got a safety factor. So, my job here is to help them take off safely, land safely, measure the winds. We let a weather balloon up here earlier. There's a lot of moving parts, and this balloon fiesta in Albuquerque, the best analogy I can give you, it's their frontier days, where people come from all over the world, and they've been doing this for 52 years. So it's a lot to keep track of.
And I know from in Jackson Hole, there's an outfit that does sightseeing balloons. They always run in the very, very early morning. That's when you can be more assured of less wind.
Absolutely, and that's why we're up here. We're here at 3 a.m. To get ready, and you want to take off like we're doing right now, just after sunrise, around sunrise, and then before warms up to. Before it gets too warm, because the winds pick up, and then you have what we call high wind landing, and we don't want that.
Yeah. All right. So one other thing. Let's just hit you on that long range forecast for Wyoming. You got eyes on that. We were saying, hey, it's going to change. We see something, Canada's going to get in here. Alaska, somebody's going to get in here and move this high pressure bubble. But I'm looking out on your forecast 8 days, 10 days, and there's not a lot of change. What's happening?
Yeah, we really literally don't have anything to talk about that's much different. It's the good news about this week is it's not going to be as windy.
Yeah,
which is what we need to help with the firefighting. That's good news. We had those hellacious winds over the weekend that really whipped up those fires. So I'm not saying it'll be calm, but winds will be less this week. It's also going to be a touch cooler, but getting something to fall out of the sky, whether it's rain or snow. We might have a few showers in western Wyoming this weekend, but that's it. And I'm going to stick, this is the date we've been floating around, is around the 18th of October. Is when we start to see it changing. I'm not predicting a storm on the 18th. That's when things start to change. Now, when they change, the end of October into November, I think we're going to do a 180. And we're going to go the reverse. But until then, we've got nothing, Jake. Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. And, we've seen Octobers like that before. I have, where the first 2 weeks of October, I was still swimming in a lake or a pond or swimming in the river and, hey, it's summer. And then the second half of October, and by the time you get to Halloween, the kids are trick or treat, all bets are off. Here comes fall and winter all at once. So, yeah. All right, Don.
Exactly.
Don, don't get in one of those balloons. I don't recommend it. It's scary.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Oh, man.
It's fun. It's fun, and there's some Wyoming pilots here.
Yeah.
Bruce Pithick from Rock Springs. He has the Wyoming bucking horse balloon. I don't see him in the air yet, but I'll get a picture of Bruce and send it back.
All right. See, we've already lost Don. Something bad happened to him. I know it. You couldn't get me in one of those things for any amount of money. I ain't getting in no balloon. I saw the whole Zeppelin thing. Yeah, nope, not happening. Don Day's weather forecast, as you heard him say, he's down there. He's a busy guy and in demand. He's forecasting weather for a huge balloon fest in Albuquerque. So that must be fun. And then, as far as the forecast for Wyoming, you heard Don Day say that, we're just in this pattern of, we're just under a bubble of, high pressure, and it's just giving us rock solid weather, very predictable temps, which is great, I guess. If it wasn't for the fires, it'd be great. But the fires could use some rain and snow. But anything else, if you're out there golfing, hunting, if you're recreating outside, you're loving this weather from border to border in the Cowboy State. It's just perfect. Low, mid 70s, dry. It's just perfect weather, but it's not helping the fires. Speaking of the fires, we got our own Greg Johnson on. And yeah, a lot happened over the weekend. Greg, managing editor for Cowboy State Daily, Greg Johnson, he's been keeping a particular eye on the fires. And we can start with the elk fire that blew up over the weekend. Big winds, And did you see the call for cattle trucks and people trying to get their cows out of there? My goodness.
Yeah, and it seems that they got a lot of them. Because I thought I saw something from the sheriff's office saying, "Hey, we got them." But everybody had their cattle up there on the mountain for the summer, and when it's burning, they got to get it off. It's a little different than just in the flat grassland, running them off somewhere else. So that was definitely a concern for everybody. And the good news is there's no longer a zero next to the containment number. It's now 10% contained, which basically it doesn't mean that only 90% of it is uncontained. It just means that they could have a fire line around the whole thing and it still not be contained. But it's good. It's good news, and it shows that there's some progress. And but it was several days there of just these dry cold fronts coming in at night and just blowing wind and growing it. It's still listed at about 73,000 acres. My guess is it's probably larger than that because that's the same estimate they had, like yesterday morning. But they get up there at night and they do like infrared from the planes to get it more accurate. They don't just look at it and say, well, that looks like 73 to me. It's a little more scientific than that. But and it's pretty much following the face of the mountain. If you look at the map of it, it just kind of goes southeast, and it just follows right along the face of the mountain range there. So far it's stayed up there, but it's all the evacuations that have been ordered are still in place, and it's still pretty tricky situation for people up there.
Yeah. And I would guess if this fire comes down off the mountain and got into the flat and became, one of those grass fires, those are fast moving things. And maybe that's why people are on the ready. When you talk about the ready, set, go, they're on ready, they're on set, they're ready to go. Because when and if that fire gets down there, that could move quick. That photograph in that one story of the ranch home that's just sitting there in the middle of all the charred terrain. That's incredible.
That's the Eaton Dude Ranch.
Okay.
Basically, and they posted about that, and it's quite a detailed post, very informative. And you talk about moving fast. Laura Eaton posted that at night it was at like 2 or 3 miles from them on one side, and when they came back, it was 4 or 5 miles on the other side of the ranch, and then the ranch was about 6 miles long. So she estimated that in those hours, that fire traveled about 12 miles.
Yeah,
just really, really fast. But a great story too. She talked about how she wanted. They went back to look after the fire had moved through, expecting to find everything burned, but all the buildings had been saved. And that's what the firefighters, that's their number one priority is to protect the people and then protect the property. And that and there's a lot of that's going on. There's a photo that YDOT posted from one of their workers near Burgess Junction, looking down, and it's all black except for this ranch house, and it had been saved, and it's like this little island in a whole sea of black, and it just tells you that they do park themselves there and protect these houses.
That is worth noting, because when fire officials do tell you to evacuate, and I know some people don't want to leave and they want to do everything they can, including out there with the garden hose. But that's what these fire guys are doing when they're structure protecting. They're wrapping stuff when they have time, wrapping structures. And they have an engine parked at some of these important homes, and they're throwing water on that thing, and it pays off. If you get a fire that just blows by, doesn't catch, it's because they made this house as wet as they can, and that's what they're doing when they're trying to protect structures.
Yeah. They had a overnight Saturday. The Sheridan County Sheriff is reporting that they had a civilian actually got hurt. We don't know how bad or how seriously, but someone who didn't leave the go area.
Yeah.
And so the firefighters then, because their top priority is protecting the people, so they come off of what they were there to do to help these people who hadn't left yet, to get them going. So it also affects the firefighting of the firefighters, because if they find a person there, they're always going to go and address the person first before addressing the fire. So it's important, but it's also, I mean, I understand, it's Wyoming, it's your property, you want to protect it. And in a lot of cases, the landowners, they're the first ones on the scene, and they're really good resources because they know the land better than the firefighters. They've been there before when there's been fires. They know how it acts. And a lot of times they have equipment and they're out there right away addressing it. So it's a balance. But when you get into the populated areas, that's when it can become a problem.
Yeah, there's many things homeowners can do, and there's many resources out there on the interwebs where you can go learn how to make a better defensible space of your home. You can do that now before you have to leave, and that includes, moving that firewood pile that you typically have up against the wall on the porch. Get that out of the way. That's just tinder. There's a lot of things you can do to help these firefighters out before you might have to evacuate. Greg, Cowboy State Daily staying on this story, even if the story moves to Montana, I imagine, because we cover stuff that leaves the state of Wyoming when it has Wyoming implications. We have a reporter from Wyoming also, Mark Hines, but from Montana, sorry. So if this story if this fire crosses a border and gets into Montana, we're going to stay right with it, I imagine.
Yeah, like the other ones, the other fires, the Remington fire went way up into Montana.
Yeah.
The Short Draw fire went up into Montana, and those Montana agencies are great about reporting what's going on up there. And so, yeah, we include all that. Hopefully this one isn't going to get there, but we'll see. I don't know if you saw Saturday's update, but I talked to a lifelong Dayton guy, Chad Flanagan is his name.
Yeah,
and
great photo, Chad. Thank you.
He took awesome photos. If you go in there, there's a whole gallery of the photos that he took, and very telling. And I mean, looking up from Dayton onto the mountain, and you can see just what he's talking about. It's just black. And even when this is over and it's done, those folks are going to look up, see this mountain coming up, right outside town, and it's just going to be black for a long time until it recovers.
And you have no idea, if you're not there, what it feels like. We're trying to bring you what it looks like, but what it feels and smells like. It smells like you're in a campfire. The clothes, when you get home at night and put them in the water, it smells like you've been sitting around a campfire. Embers coming down, floating down from the air. If you've been near a wildfire, it is like camping. Well,
on this one, what's interesting is in the area, although it's like 45 miles away from Sheridan's water treatment plant is in the area of this fire. I've heard that it's secure, but they have put extra protection on there, that it is, you never know with the wind, it could even threaten, Sheridan's water supply there. So
let's switch gears, talk about that other fire. It's now the Pack Trail fire. That's a combination of Fish Creek and Pack Trail. That complex is, there was a time where it was threatening Brooks Lake Lodge, probably still has time when it closed the Highway 26 between, on Togety Pass between Du Bois and Jackson. And then there was a time where it got quieted down by some early cool conditions and rain, but it is raging evermore. The mushroom cloud that thing's throwing up. I was coming back from Green River on Saturday, Greg, and I was in LaBarge. From LaBarge to, and a lot of people that don't know, maybe never heard of LaBarge, there's not much to it. From LaBarge to Big Piney to Marbleton, this is well away from the fire, like far west of the fire, but I could see that huge cloud of smoke. And from far, far away, that fire is now trying to back up, what I would call back up into the upper Grovon area. And I've been in there, the Goose Ring Ranch, the Little Goose Wing, and it's getting into an old fire scar, the Purdy fire that once threatened DuBois pretty significantly. It's gnarly country, and there's not a lot there. It's not like it's pounding on the doors of a town. But man, it is just not going away, is it?
It's not, but it's a totally different fire from like the Elk Fire and some of the other fires because it's so rugged. But it's what it is it's such dense undergrowth, the beetle kill. It's just kind of smoldering in there, and it's just so it's throwing up a ton of smoke. But they are reporting some pretty good that they have, combined them into a single complex. But the Fish Creek fire had been pretty well under control. It was like 85%. They call it complete instead of contained with these fires, which just means it's 85% complete to being, contained basically. But so that one was in a good spot, and so it made it really easy to switch some of those resources that were there. And now I'm seeing that the Pack Trail, now they're just calling it the Pack Trail fire, that it's 60% complete, which probably includes all of the Fish Creek plus the Pack Trail stuff. But it's just like they're saying with the Elk Fire is probably what they're doing is just kind of trying to hold on to it until the snow comes and can really put a damper on it.
Yeah, using Highway 26 to the north east as a fire break, using the Grovon River when you go down south as a break, and using the Purdy Fire, old fire scar, as a potential break. But that's one of those fires, I guess, when it's all said and done, they'll say it was a fire of benefit to the land. There is a lot of dead and down stuff in there, real nasty area and stuff that really, needs to burn, I suppose. Any other stories that got your attention this Monday, Greg?
We had some really good stories over the weekend. I really, Jackie Dorothy had some great kind of old ghost stories. She had, the wailing skeleton, and she had the headless bride of Yellowstone Inn. I mean, what a great, what great, ghost stories for October. And, I found Andrew's story on the people who took a turkey to the windshield at 70 miles per hour. It's interesting. People are commenting on that about all the things that they've had hit their windshields. And someone was talking about they got smacked by a great horned owl once and stuff. And it's amazing that windshield held up. It didn't, it broke, but it didn't shatter up on them.
Yeah, same.
So, really interesting stuff. And Renee talking to Ian and getting his stuff on the fires was just great. Another great voice on how it's impacting even people from the area who aren't there anymore. You always look back in your hometowns and pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, and this is someone who can have some impact financially with the GoFundMe campaign, $92,000 when Renee did the story, 102 this morning when we looked at 102,000 raised by Ian Munsick. Just he's somebody and grew up in that area, so that's pretty cool that we're able to highlight his feelings on the old hometown and be able to help out financially what's going to be a big mess. Well, we'll have to see later what the governor decides as far as providing some avenue of relief for Dayton and Ranchester and all these places that are being threatened. I want to. Oh, sorry. I want to.
Waking up on a Monday morning, it's always a good Monday morning when the Broncos have just kicked the crap out of the Raiders. So that's always great for.
Did they really? Yeah, the Raiders ended up benching Minshew. Yeah. I'm not a Denver guy. I'm a Go Bills, Josh Allen, and yeah. So you're
I love the Bills too.
You're having a happy Monday then.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay. Tell Andrew we're looking for him, and Renee as well when you have the big editorial meeting. I think Andrew said he would jump on immediately before maybe, and I would love to get on with Renee after your meeting. She has a bunch of great stories over the weekend. So yeah, thanks, Greg.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jake.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily's managing editor Greg Johnson and updating us on the 2 fires burning in Wyoming that are big combined. We've burned 150,000 acres, which by California fire standards, certainly by Canadian fire standards, doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a lot for Wyoming to be burning up. Be the dominant stories of the day for sure. Let's take a quick break. I'll tee up our next segment, which is going to need teeing up because I don't know what it is. Let's take a fast commercial.
CowboyStateDaily.com.
All right, we're back 7:50, 10 in front of the hour. Sorry for the extended break, trying to coordinate some stuff. Ian Munsick's brother, Trez, I think is going to be joining us in the next hour. So is Renee Jean, and so is Andrew Rossi. So good. We got some folks to talk to about their stories. Ian Munsick factoring into the elk fire story as he tries to lead the cause financially to help folks that are been ravaged by this fire that is still not out yet. We're taking a look at the statewide map here real quick of the weather forecast, which is not helping things necessarily for this fire. And I'm not sure why I'm not seeing. Yeah, well, I might have to give up on the forecast map. But I can tell you what we're looking at right now. 27 degrees in Jackson currently, 35 up there in Moorcroft. Gillette, you're 52. Sheridan, 59 right now. Cody, 44. Cheyenne area, 46 degrees. Rawlins, 42. Riverton, 47. And 35 down there in Evanston. Everybody heading for a high today of low 70s. If not upper 70s in some areas. Some places you'll be right around 70s. Some you'll be mid 70s for an average. And a couple of places will get up there near 80. But yeah, just plenty of sun. If not for the haze of wildfires, you might have some smoky conditions this morning in some areas. But for the most part, across the state, cannot find a cloud, can't buy a raindrop. Just sunny, warm, comfortable temps. Book a tea time. I'm looking at booking my area golf place, and I think they're still going. Well, that's one benefit, I guess, for an extended summer is through half of October to still be golfing in Wyoming. Very interesting stories over the weekend, including one I want to save when I talk to Renee. But yeah, I started to touch on it before we joined Don Day about the Yellowstone Highway turns 100 years old. I had no idea it was that old, but back in the day, 100 years ago, I guess $1 million was like 100 million today. But October 1st, 1924, then Wyoming Governor Bryant Butler Brooks led a convoy of Ford Model Ts through the finished highway through the Wind River Canyon. If you've been through that canyon, of course, it has a couple of tunnels through the rock, but that's a lot of rock to barrel through. And the foresight back then, 100 years ago, to say, this one day is going to be an important corridor for people to be able to get up there to Yellowstone. It's called the Yellowstone Highway. But I'm particularly talking about that canyon section from Shoshone north to Thermopolis through the Wind River. And that is, there's points where, let me show you the photo. There's some points where it is tight in there. Really tight. And here's one of the photos of the canyon. You've got the railroad on the left side of the Wind River, and you've got the highway on the right side of the Wind River. It's really tight in there. Difficult to pass if you're behind an RV or a truck. Sometimes you're, oh man. But you can see beautiful drive. I mean, look at the rock. 500 to 600 million year old rock from the Cambrian age, if you believe in that kind of carbon testing. I don't subscribe to that. I don't believe that. We won't get into it, but yeah, look at that canyon. That is a beautiful canyon. I mean, if you are slow going behind a lumbering vehicle, it's totally worth it because look at it. It's beautiful. Big ribbon cutting commemoration marking the 100th anniversary of the opening of the Yellowstone Highway. Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily's own Jackie Dorothy, was on hand for this event back October 1st. And pretty neat. Look at these rough looking characters back in the day. That's Wyoming Governor Bryant Brooks. I don't know who's in the woolly furs here. Cigars on hand. 100 years ago, 1924. Here's a shot of the canyon with snow. Can you imagine just even thinking that this would be a legit corridor to drive a highway through? 100 years ago, I would have been $1 million, and 100 years ago proposing this canyon. If I was on the finance committee, I'd be like, I don't know about this. Who's ever going to drive this? It looks very difficult. Look at these guys working out there on this canyon road. I mean, that's how it gets done. It's not easy. It's not magic. There they are chiseling through the rock, trying to make one of the tunnels. I mean, there's some points where you say, let's wiggle around this rock. And there's other points where you say, let's put on the hard hat, boys, and we're going to blast through. And here they are, 6-man crew digging out the highway tunnels. Tough work, huh? Some big boulders coming down. Yeah, that looked like a lot of work and a lot of money back then, $1 million. That's not chump change 100 years ago when the state said, let's spend $1 million on this Yellowstone Highway. Cool story from Jackie Dorothy that popped over the weekend in Cowboy State Daily. Read more and find out more about that. But that's pretty neat, that highway. And if you've ever driven it, it's even cooler. Like, don't miss your chance to drive that highway between Shoshone and Thermopolis. Other stories over the weekend, we will join Andrew Rossi and talk about the turkeys, flying turkeys. Oh my. Yeah, what happens when they contact the windshield at something miles an hour? I got that one teed up and ready to go. I still want to get with Cassie Craven and put one final exclamation point on the transgender thing. She wrote a great column over the weekend. Make sure you check out that Cowboy State Daily columnist Cassie Craven as her take on the University of Wyoming. And she said they did the right thing forfeiting the volleyball match. I don't think not many people are saying across the state that it was the wrong move for Wyoming to say we're not playing San Jose State because they have a player on the team that was born male that has transitioned to female. We don't buy it. We don't believe in that in the state of Wyoming. That's not what we do. You're man or man, you're woman or woman, and that's it. I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that. I think there's some issue with how the decision was made, how it came about. Originally, the UW said they would play and then kind of backed down after pressure from Capital City, Cheyenne, which is not exactly a bold way to make your statement. It's sort of an acknowledgement of funding might be at risk, which is, in my mind, not the ideal way to make the decision. I would have left it with the student athletes. And perhaps they were pulled to a degree, we don't know. But Cassie Craven's take is, if she were on this team and as a woman, she's not playing. And yeah, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. And she said height, weight, size, these things impact women's safety. Good point, Cassie. And she said, I will not keep quiet about them for a game of virtue signaling and placating yet another man's emotions. If one more man lectures me about how I should placate their emotions, I may need to provide a dissertation on childbirth and what it really means to be a woman. So, yeah, Cassie, please join us on this morning's show, and we'll put a period on the end of this story about UW not playing San Jose State in volleyball because transgender. Let's check in with Wendy Kors, top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you stories from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom for Monday, October 7th. The elk fire that began with a lightning strike southeast of Dayton was last estimated to be around 73,000 acres as of Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of those who had evacuated or been told to be ready to leave their homes. They said there's a feeling of helplessness and fear at having to watch the flames and smoke advance without being able to do anything.
It's just a dangerous, unpredictable situation for the folks there. A lifelong resident of Dayton explained how he learned that Dayton had been put on set status. They sent out a notice at 3 a.m. on Saturday, woke people up. He went outside and he said the whole mountain was just glowing orange. It was very surreal.
But Johnson said there are some signs of hope.
YDOT posted a photo Sunday morning. It showed a single farmhouse, totally safe. All around it is black.
Country music star Ian Munsick has started a relief fund to help his friends and neighbors. So far, it's at $92,000. Pumpkin guts spewed across the Washakie County Fairgrounds with wet, echoing thuds and squeals of joy at Saturday's 2024 Wyoming State Pumpkin Weigh-Off and Oktoberfest. After crowning this year's state giant pumpkin champions, the huge squashes were hoisted 175 feet into the air and dropped, exploding spectacularly, which was captured on video by Cowboy State Daily videographer Riley Strand.
The biggest pumpkin of the day belonged to Lovell's Chad Kurtenbaugh. It was 1,254 pounds, which was mind-blowing. I think everyone had a blast, and we did document it on video. I think it really portrays the emotions from the day.
You can see Riley's full video at cowboystatedaily.com. Well, Nate Woodruff might not have been born in Wyoming. He shares, though, some of the same values, Western attitude, and a passion for good whiskey with his Cowboy State neighbors. Woodruff, who now lives in Pinedale, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback that he's turned that love of whiskey into the greatest job ever.
He said one day he was just hiking in the woods. He had already been doing some whiskey reviews, but he put a bottle on a rock in the middle of it, did a review of the whiskey, posted it on Instagram, and it just blew up. And he said he found his niche. And so he's been doing that for several years and is doing very well.
As someone who's been to all the lower 48 states already, traveled internationally, and carried a lot of bottles onto many mountaintops, Woodruff says he appreciates how fortunate he is. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
It's October, a time to relay stories of haunted places and tales of mystery from around the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy brings us a tale of a lost treasure, a mysterious skeleton, and cries from deep within the earth, which haunted a Fremont County family more than 80 years ago on their homestead near Badwater Creek.
We have newspaper accounts dating back to October 8th, 1940, when this family on Badwater dug up not only a ring, which they lost, but they also found a skeleton. This newly dug cellar where they discovered the skeleton, they would hear every time they went down there earthly moans and earthly cries.
And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean had a first-hand experience with ghosts at the historic Sheridan Inn when she dined at the Open Range Grill last week. After her excellent dining experience, Renee was leisurely looking through some news articles on her cell phone when she caught a kind of whirling motion out of the corner of her eye.
It was like something moving and I heard a sound. And then the waitress is walking over to me and she's picking up a glass that is rolled right by my table. This woman is telling how she saw the glass just scoot on the table and kind of twirl end over end after it fell off the table. I can't explain it.
Events like these don't just happen upstairs in the restaurant. There's a basement too, where lights sometimes turn themselves on and off and doors sometimes close themselves. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
So I want to hit this story. I don't have Dale on with me this morning. It's a Dale Killenbeck story, and I want to show you this dude because I was confused initially. I thought this was the Amish guy. We have a story this morning about the new Amish and something that a building they're working on. And I want to talk to Renee in the 9 o'clock hour about that story and how these new Amish operate. Now, you know, the Amish, they shun all technology, but there's a new Amish that do carry cell phones and they do use power tools, and you might be surprised they're Amish. And then I'm trying to find this story in the Cowboy State Daily, and I'm scrolling the website, and I come across this photo, and I'm like, there's the Amish guy. No, this guy's a whiskey drinker. Good story from Dale Killenbeck. Drinking whiskey is my job, says the Pinedale man, and it's the greatest job ever. I would have to agree. How do you find work like that, Nate Woodruff? Nate's been, if you read about it, you can find out how Nate got started in the whole whiskey drinking thing. But I look at this guy and I can't help but think of the commercials with that dude. I don't know his name, but he's like, what is he advertising? I'll get the cool guy. This isn't the right music, I don't think. But you know those commercials where that older gentleman comes on, he's kind of leaning down on one arm, and he said, I don't always drink whiskey. I don't always shun society and its technological trappings and ills, but when I do, I enjoy a nice 5-year-old aged double malted bourbon from Wyoming Whiskey. Who is that guy? You know who I'm talking about. Nate Woodruff. So yeah, he's turned his love of whiskey into like a job. Here's Dale Killenbeck talking about Nate Woodruff and how he's turned whiskey into work.
Nate Woodruff may not have been born in Wyoming, but he shares some of the same values, Western attitude, and a passion for good whiskey with his Cowboy State neighbors. Woodruff, who now lives in Pinedale, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killenbeck that he's turned that love of whiskey into the greatest job ever, tasting and reviewing the spirit for his online following.
He started in New Jersey on the East Coast, but he said one day he was just hiking in the woods, and he had already been doing some whiskey reviews, but he put a bottle on a rock in the middle of a stream, took a photo of it, did a review of the whiskey, posted it on Instagram, and it just blew up. And he said he found his niche, and so he's been doing that for several years and is doing very well. In fact, he's going to start a podcast in the coming year and just has had all kinds of opportunities traveling overseas to Scotland distilleries and other places around the world to promote whiskey.
As someone who has been to all the lower 48 states already on adventures, traveled internationally, and carried a lot of bottles onto many mountaintops, Woodruff says he appreciates how fortunate he is.
And just put up a story so Dale Killenbeck has two stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend. One involves drinking whiskey, the whiskey drinker, and the other involves drinking apple cider. Which one is more dangerous for you? I don't know. Because drinking apple cider unpasteurized could be problematic. It's fall. That means apple cider, right? Is it safe to drink unpasteurized cider or not? And health officials weigh in. Dale Killingbeck takes us all through it on what are some of the dangers of drinking unpasteurized cider. There's not many people in the state of Wyoming that make apple cider on any kind of a scale. In fact, Dale found only 2. And one said, you got to be crazy to just do this because it's so difficult to get an apple orchard going in the state. But there are ways to do it. And he said the way he does it is safe. He promises that E. coli and other things that could be introduced into apple cider that's unpasteurized, in his facility, you just don't see it. He said he takes all precautions. But he said between early and late frosts being a problem, pests and birds, it's so challenging to grow apples in the state. The quote from Michaud Farms in Pine Bluffs, Wyoming, owned and operated by Tim Michaud, is you'd have to be out of your mind to do it. I'm the only one I know of. Him and Young's Apple Box Orchard in Lingle, who had such a terrible year making apple or apple cider because of a, quote, massive bug invasion, just started giving away their sweet cider by the quart as they just admitted defeat this year. So you're not going to run across unpasteurized apple cider very often in Wyoming. Only 2 outfits really are doing it. If you go buy apple cider at Smith's, Albertsons, wherever, that's going to be pasteurized. So there's no worry there. But when given the potential dangers of unpasteurized apple cider versus whiskey, I'm just going to go with the safe route and drink the whiskey. And one other thing to know is whiskey drinkers and the Amish have in common really good beards, in my opinion. Here's the whiskey guy. He's turned his love of whiskey into kind of a business. He's a whiskey influencer. And every whiskey connoisseur I know has got the hipster beard going. I wish I could get one of them, but it would take me like a decade to grow a good whiskey beard. But the beard reminds me of the Amish. All of the Amish have beards, right? Here's a great story from Renee Jean about the new Amish, and you see one of them using a nail gun. So do the new Amish use power tools? I mean, the old Amish would not have. But Renee runs into this story about the new Amish raising a Wyoming horse barn with power tools and cell phones. Very interesting story. They are Amish. They're raising a barn in Bear River, Wyoming. It's right down there around Evanston, and I believe it's for part of the Wyoming Downs. The barn took shape Wyoming Downs in Bear River, tiny town of about 500 people outside of Evanston. And that's going on right now. These are Amish from Ohio, including Albert Mast, who is the crew boss for 7 Amish men hired to build a horse barn. Now, the Amish, I don't want to stereotype the Amish, but, the Amish that I am familiar with back in the Pennsylvania area, they're all, great builders. I mean, everything they do, everything they have, they made themselves. They build themselves. So For their building skills, this crew of 7 was hired out of Ohio. They're now in Wyoming. And one thing in particular that might stand out is, can you imagine the guy who hired them thought he was hiring, 100% guaranteed genuine Amish carpenters, and they show up wearing an Under Armour t-shirt and they're on the cell phone. You have to feel cheated as the guy who hired. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you guys were Amish. Well, they are. They're the new Amish, and they are comfortable operating heavy equipment like forklifts, bobcats, rotary drills, what have you. It's the new Amish, and they kind of straddle both worlds, the modern and the old ways, where they shun electricity, television, no cell phones in the house, says Albert Mast. He said, we do the Amish thing, but we do it in a new way. I admire the Amish for their ability to live without electricity. I mean, how, and that doesn't mean they don't have electronics. Some houses have diesel power. They use diesel to run a generator. They just don't believe in using the electricity. So it's weird. But the Amish, I'm telling you, they're going to be around when the apocalypse comes. I'm trying to prepare myself for this dystopian future after the zombie apocalypse. I like to think that I'm ready for such a thing. I have the firepower. I have the ammo. I've strategically thought about where I'm located and how I could my defensible space. I am ready for the zombie apocalypse. And if you're a friend of mine or a neighbor, I will have no problem dispatching you when you become a zombie. I tell you that right now. I'll be straight up front. I've seen enough of the shows. I've watched The Walking Dead. If you're a zombie, even though you're a friend of mine right now, and I'm definitely sure you're a zombie, I'm not going to hesitate. And then after the zombie apocalypse, whether it was an EMP or whatever it was that destroyed the earth, and we have to go back to living in the Stone Age type things where nothing works, your car, you can't drive, you got no internet. We'll take him back 1,000 years. The Amish are who you're going to want to bunny up with and partner with, because they won't even notice it happen. Someone will have to go tell them, hey, Amish dudes, you realize the world just fell apart? Really? Still getting around in their horse and buggies. Still building stuff. Yeah, they won't care. Amish don't care. All right, we got to change gears because I never know who's going to pop in the Zoom room. It's our own Mark Hines. Hey. Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's happening?
Not a whole lot.
You had the story about some hunting ground that might be under threat. We have a lot of wilderness. I say in my area where I live, a lot of wilderness designated areas where you can't introduce, and it's kind of like Amish areas. We were just talking about the Amish. You can't even run a chainsaw there, and you had to get permission to even operate a rescue if a hiker got lost. You got to get permission to land a helicopter in these wilderness areas. This area that you're covering in this story, and I'm going to try to cue it up here, but this is in the southeast part of the state. Where are we here?
It's in the Laramie range. It's kind of over by Laramie Peak, and it's as the guy described it. It's extremely remote and rugged and hard to get to, but it's not designated wilderness.
Right.
He said you can drive in there, but once you get past a certain point, you're not driving any further. You have to go in either on horseback or on foot. So he described it as pristine, but not designated wilderness. So
yeah.
But yeah, people don't, People might not think of that country over by Wheatland, as being really mountainous and remote, but the Laramie Range is there. Laramie Peak is there. If you've ever seen it, it's a big old piece of rock. You can see it from a long ways away.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. And so what's going on that may change how that land is operated?
Well, they're doing a land, Forest Service, BLM, all the federal agencies will do that. They will swap land with private owners occasionally. The landowner will say, I'll take this, and in exchange, I'll give you that. And they're offering in exchange, I guess, a couple parcels that are further. They're still in the Laramie Range area, but they're further north. And it depends on who you ask. Some of the people I talked to said, it'll just be terrible if public access is cut off to this particular parcel. They call it the Green Mountain area. And other people are saying, the guy at the Forest Service said a lot of people really like the two parcels we're getting in exchange because they're far more accessible to the average Joe. So it's like any other story. It depends on how you look at it. Is the public getting a bargain out of this, or is the public getting hosed? Depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
So
it is a similar thing going on in the Jackson Hole area and the Grovant, where you have Coles, the owner of Coles, who recently died, and he's got some he's got a lot of acreage within the Bridger Teton National Forest, and he wants to trade that for more prime acreage. And it's tough deciding how that swap happens. And the problem is locals rarely, if ever, get a chance to weigh in on something like that. It's done back in Washington, D.C. I mean, who's going to decide this, and what can we say about it?
Well, the Forest Service have they always have a public comment period on these things, So again, it depends on how you look at it, and it's interesting. You were talking about the Amish and their beards.
Yeah.
In fact, do you know why they don't wear mustaches?
Why is that?
They always have the big beards with no mustache?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Do you know why that is?
No.
Because they're originally from Germany, and in Germany, mustaches were associated with the military, and of course the Amish are pacifists, so that's why they don't wear mustaches. Yeah, I mean maybe the new Amish do, but the traditional Amish did not wear mustaches because mustaches were associated, especially the Prussian military, and they didn't want to be associated with that. So that's just a fun fact.
Mark dropping the trivia. I love it. I did not know that. That's very interesting.
Well, there's your factoid for the day.
I'll be darned. Well, Coy Monroe has no mustache. He's only 14 years old. But this kid, he may not be growing a lot of facial hair, but he is knocking down some wildlife. How about this bow hunter?
Yeah.
He's pretty fun story.
To me, it's not even the fact that he got all three. I mean, that's cool that he did. A lot of adults can't accomplish that, especially, during archery season. But just his overall attitude and approach towards life, and how passionate he is about archery already. I mean, he says he wants to get an archery scholarship to go to college. I think honestly the kid's got a shot at it. He could be. I kind of hinted in my article, hey, maybe this guy could end up being the next Chuck Adams. You never know.
I got a photo. I'm trying to slide it over so it's in the shot. But yeah, a photo of young Coy, and what a great job. Now, where is he at? Coy Monroe Encampment. Okay.
And that's a gorgeous area. Riverside Encampment. Have you made it over there?
I have been around there.
Yeah,
and
it is awesome. You need to go. If you've gone, you need to go back. It's a cool little area.
I haven't been there enough. Our own Candy Moulton is from Encampment, I think. So she's lucky for her. She's sitting right in there. But yeah, that's great that you mentioned Chuck Adams. So
cool. I gotta jump on the other Zoom, but it's
yeah. All right, buddy.
There, man.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. That's our outdoor reporter, Cowboy State Daily, Mark Hines. And here, let me put him back in frame. Here is Coy Monroe, 14-year-old, who the reason he's in the news is his archery prowess. He Take a look at the headline. 14-year-old bow hunter has a banner season already, and we're October 7th. I know folks who haven't even started their elk hunt, and certainly some that are still in camp waiting for that perfect shot. But this bow hunter has already gotten his elk, his deer, and his antelope. He's got the trifecta going. Bagged all three with his bow. Way to go, Coy Monroe. We're big fans. We love our hunting here in Wyoming, and it's pretty neat. His father, Lysel, said this kid's got a lot of patience for a teenager. As you look in the story, he learned to be patient. And, you know, when you're a hunter, obviously patience is the whole name of the game. And especially when you're a bow hunter, you know, if you're hunting with a long gun, a 270 or whatever, you can get, 1,000-yard shot if that's your jam. You don't have to be really near an animal. But with the archery, with the bow hunting, even with your, super high-powered compound bows, much more stalking element to hunting with a bow. I mean, you got to put on the creep. You got to be quiet. You got to be patient and still, and that's the essence. That takes you right down to hunting. Everything about it is hunting as a bow hunter. So your average 14-year-old that I've seen doesn't have the patience to sit still and do much of anything unless they're in front of the TV, playing Xbox. But to sit still with your bow and wait for that perfect shot, way to go. Coy Monroe, who our own Mark Hines featured him. Great story. Encampment hunter who's managed to bag his elk, his deer, and his antelope already. Very impressive, kid. Way to go. You have our, we raise a glass of whiskey to you. Later this hour, I think we're going to check in with Renee Jean. She's got a couple of cool stories, including one that we sort of teased about, that giant MRI machine in Casper at the McGinley Clinic that uses artificial intelligence in a good, smart way. The AI, by the way, AI software is called Boost, and it just takes a better picture of your insides. I mean, that's what you're doing when you get shoved in the MRI tube. You get your guts photographed. And, if you've ever been in one, it's an unsettling experience. I don't mind it necessarily. When I've had to do an MRI and they tell me to lay down and hold still, I got no problem doing it. I'll fall asleep. And they say, what kind of music do you want? I'm like, I don't need music. You hear the hum of the machine, and some people find it unnerving, so they want headphones. Any opportunity I get to lay down and take a nap and not go 9-0 like I do all day is good with me. They tell me to lay down, and you don't have to tell me twice. I'm asleep when they pull me out of that MRI tube. They have to wake me up. Well, for some people, it's not fun. It's scary. It could be painful. The magnets make some people dizzy. They use magnets on the MRI machine. And one of the things that this new AI does is it allows you to use lesser magnets, so reducing the chance that you get pulled out of there dizzy and disoriented. Dr. Joe McGinley told our own Renee Jean that it's just the tip of the iceberg what this new MRI AI does. Produces better images faster with weaker magnets. It improves patient safety, and that's just a little bit of it. Candy Leggett operates the thing, which is in the McGinley Clinic in Casper. This new MRI machine comes from Germany, and it uses artificial intelligence software called Boost. She said it actually takes the image quality and boosts that image. So it's kind of the difference between your regular old school television picture and modern day 4K. She's like, that's the difference in what this AI is able to do. An old fuzzy crummy photo and then imagine 4K. So it's pretty neat. Renee Jean, our business reporter, is on that story. We'll talk to her a little bit later in the show about this new MRI machine in Casper and how putting AI to use in the medical field, the medical world, is really a good thing. I can almost see no downside to it. Now, I am super nervous about artificial intelligence in a lot of areas of our life. I think we all are. But in the medical field, when you put robots to work, they can work so much faster. Artificial intelligence computers can go through so many more calculations that when you're looking for, the cure for cancer or something, and you want to do studies in the laboratory that normally would have taken eons, now you got computers just crunching numbers so much faster than humans could. I see a lot of benefit in medical research for AI, and a lot of benefit certainly for this AI software applied to MRI machines. That sounds good. Sounds like a win-win-win, right? But AI in other areas, I'm a little nervous maybe. Let's take a quick break, tee up a couple of more stories, and check in with the weather with Don Day. We'll do it all right after. Yeah, we're back. 8:33, and hoping to talk to Ian Munsick's brother Triz. We're hoping that happens. Ian Munsick, always welcome on this show, just for his musicology. Is that a word? Maybe not. But he factors into the news today for the Elk Fire. This area burning up there in the Bighorns is his home area, his stomping grounds. Ian Munsick, of course, famous country western singer from Wyoming, is now going on to be big time, big time. He's like Chris Ledoux too. He's one of our own, and now is nationwide national country music star. Just happened to play this past weekend at the Ford Center in Casper. Did a concert there, but he's also he's trying to put his money where his concerns are, and he feels for his home community there in Dayton, Tongue River area. He said he grew up there, has fond memories, and he's just so worried about his hometown community that he put up $15,000. His wife put up $15,000. They got a GoFundMe campaign going now that's raised double what they initially thought it would. I think it's $102,000 now that's in the GoFundMe campaign. And pretty neat of Ian and his wife to spearhead that effort. We'll also wrap with Riley Strand in the next hour about that 1,200-pound pumpkin they dropped on poor Wiley E. Coyote. Andrew Rossi going to get with us as well later in the show and talk about two great stories he had. One about a turkey flying into a windshield of a Chevy Suburban. That was pretty fun. Flying turkeys kind of remind you of the WKRP in Cincinnati. Remember that TV show? I got a clip of that. What is there any way I can play that? There's got to be a way. Yeah, I can do, if I share my screen, I can play a video, right? I'm still trying to figure out what I can and can't do. And there's too many can'ts and not enough can. I think I could play the turkey video. I got to make it bigger. Hold on. And we'll see if you remember this bit. It's like one of the most famous lines in all of television back in the day. Hold on. I will get this. I know I will. I know I can do it. There it is. It's small. It's too small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. But this is a great bit. WKRP in Cincinnati. This is for Andrew's turkey story.
Oh my God, they're turkeys! Can you get this? Oh, they're crashing to the earth right in front of my eyes! I just went in the windshield of a parked car! It's terrible. Everyone's running around pushing each other. Oh my goodness! Oh, the humanity! As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
And that's the bit. That's so funny. Yeah, it's a WKRP in Cincinnati. That show when they were doing a promotion during Thanksgiving and turkeys were flying. So we got a little bit. Here I'm back. They got a little bit of that story. Andrew Rossi has a story about a turkey that flew in the windshield. Some fella, and that's got people commenting all over about how they recall instances of something flying into their windshield as they're driving. And I have one of those stories as well. If you've done any amount of driving in Wyoming, you've had things hit your windshield bigger than a moth sooner or later. And a lot of people chiming in on the story saying, oh, I remember I had an owl run into my windshield. What have you had smash into your windshield? Feel free to get on the phone. Let us know the number to join us on the talk, and I will try to keep an eye on it. But again, I'm worried that I'm not sure I'm aware of the phone ringing, but I think I am. Anytime you hear a topic you want to join us on the show, you can get on the phone line, 307-999-TALK. That's 999-8255 to join us here on the show. And I think I had the technology to put you on. 307, always in the 307 here in Wyoming. 999-TALK. It's 999-8255 to get on the show and yeah, chat it out. Let me know what you've run into, what you've had hit your windshield as you traverse this great nation. Don Day's weather forecast calling for, just perfect conditions today. We're looking around for any cloud, any sign of rain. Don't have it. It is perfect weather except for the wildfires. No rain, no snow. But less wind than we had over the weekend. Over the weekend, we had some 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And that, it did not help the cause on the elk fire or the pack trail fire. But we should not see those kind of high winds today. Much calmer today, but still dry, still sunny, still low humidity, which keeps these fires growing. Let's check in with the rodeo report. The season has wrapped up, and we're just sort of doing a end of season recap with our friends over at the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow as we get things all teed up and excited and ready for the Super Bowl of Rodeo, known as the NFR. That'll be coming up here in a few months. But time now for the Western Ag Rodeo Roadshow.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Today, a conversation with Richmond's champion of Stevensville, Montana, who qualified for his 9th NFR this past week. He qualified in the number 15 spot by less than $220. We discussed the importance of every single knot of the head all season long in professional rodeo. It means so much. That conversation coming up.
Experience the ultimate rush. There's only one sport that's dangerous. There's only one sport that's fast. There's only one place where it all happens. The Nile Pro Rodeo. It's 8 heart-pounding rodeo events with the greatest athletes in the arena. Join us October 11th through 12th at Metro Park for 2 electrifying performances. Secure your tickets now at metropark.com. Get ready. This is the Nile Pro Rodeo.
Join the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. NCBA is the oldest and largest national cattle industry organization working to defend your interests in Washington, D.C. And there are big benefits to being a member. You'll get news you can use in the National Cattleman, email updates in the NCBA Beef Bulletin, plus big discounts only for NCBA members. Join by calling 866-233-3872 or online at ncba.org.
So good, Will. So good. It was a stressful rat race. I don't know if Forrest has put more gray hairs on my head or what the last 2 weeks did.
I was looking at your schedule, and I've been for the last couple of days I've been sharing, telling people you're going to join us. But you made the National Finals Rodeo by $217.91. And important throughout the season, isn't it?
It really is. Paige and I were kind of reflecting on it all last night, and just you think about those little checks here and there that you went and got on maybe a horse you didn't necessarily think you had the best shot on, but you scratched a little money here. Or like in the last week, just what guys that were maybe above you in the standings that decided to go even though they were safe. If those guys don't win a first place check or a second place check, then maybe the guy behind me does. So it's kind of crazy all the way around to look at.
Richie Champion was the first $1 million winner at the famous American Rodeo, going to the NFR again. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Our rodeo in Wyoming. Thank you, Will, for the Rodeo Roadshow and the report, getting us all up to date on the rodeo deal. I was still hoping to get with Ian Munsick's brother and talk about Ian Munsick and his efforts to help with the elk fire. A fire that's near and dear to him as it's burning in the Tongue River, Dayton, Ranchester area where he grew up, and the Bighorn Mountains where he loved to recreate. I finally found that high school football story I was talking about. We covered who won, who lost over the weekend, but a record set for the highest scoring football game in the state of Wyoming ever. And this is probably one of the highest scoring games you'll find anywhere in the country. The final, when it was all said and done in 6-man football Saturday night, was Midwest 94, Hewlett 93. What a shootout. I don't know if the defense bothered showing up or what, but that is a all-time high school football score. Midwest over Hewlett, 94-93 in 6-man football on Saturday night. Never had more points scored, and that was pretty darn close to getting 3 digits on the scoreboard, which I'm sure, if there is even a scoreboard at the field at Midwest or Hewlett, I bet you the score does not go beyond 2 digits. So, yeah, basketball scores in football, just not. What do you do if you're the scoreboard operator? That guy had to be so worried late in the game. It's 94-93, and he's got to be thinking, oh, no, if somebody scores one more touchdown, I'm not going to be able to put 100 up on the board. It's just going to be 0-0. It's going to look like one team is getting shut out. These are the things I think about anyway. And Cowboy State Daily celebrating 145,000 Facebook followers. Hey, thank you, each and every one of you. 145,000 Facebook followers on Facebook. We are the fastest growing and biggest news agency, news reporter, news network, whatever you want to call it, in the state of Wyoming. More people come to the Cowboy State Daily to get their news than anywhere else. 145,000 strong on the Facebooks. Very impressive, and a big thank you to everybody involved. If you haven't had a chance to do that, certainly you should. Make sure you like us on Facebook. If you're following us on the video show, the live stream broadcast on cowboystatedaily.com, bear in mind you're also able to join us on Vimeo, YouTube, Facebook Live, whatever works for you. I know some people, you may be following us on the phone or on your iPad, and you have the app Vimeo that you use a lot, or you have the app. Me, I like to use the YouTube a lot, so I have the YouTube app open. I have different channels. Make sure you're clued into the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show and the Cowboy State Daily channel, and you can see this show everywhere, all over social. So whatever works for you, we're glad to have you join us any way you can, and make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button, join up with us as we are on a mission to just take over. Andrew Rossley will be joining us on the 9 o'clock hour to talk about his 2 stories that include the 20-pound turkey that flew into a car going 70 miles an hour. What happens when a 20-pound turkey hits 75-mile-an-hour car? Well, short story, R.I.P. bird. That's what Andrew said. Clara Maslick and her family were driving from Powell to Cody, making that short little run there. Those 2 communities just about a half hour apart. So she's going Powell to Cody, traveling west, when a 20-pound turkey flew across the highway, smashed into their Suburban. Windshield repairman said he's never seen that kind of devastation done by a bird. This is a 20-pound turkey. I think Andrew said they can get up to 22 pounds in the wild. Of course, Butterball has found a way to inject your Thanksgiving Day turkey with some extra. And I know I've put a turkey that was more than 22 pounds into the oven on a few Thanksgivings. But that's a special kind of turkey. Yeah, in the wild, a 20-pound turkey, that's a significant bird to hit the windshield. And, yeah, just a credit to the way they make safety standards for windshields. That thing doesn't collapse in your lap. But that had to be pretty unnerving to see that happen. I do have the phone number to get a hold of another Andrew Rossi story. This one goes a ways back until late September, but a UPS driver that was able to recover a suitcase on the side of the road. So cool for a UPS driver. And, talk about spending a lot of windshield time. For a UPS driver to notice stuff on the road, like they're on the road, 90% of their job is driving, except for the time they're carrying your package to the doorstep or dodging that dog in your yard. They're doing a lot of driving, and they notice things. And how cool is it, this one UPS driver who apparently is like everybody who's on his route loves this guy. And here's why. This guy, and I'll get more of the story. I'm going to get a hold of him and have him on the show. But this UPS driver, the short of it is, saw a suitcase along the side of the highway and didn't just drive by. He stopped, picked up the suitcase, and did some research and got that suitcase back to who it belonged to, who happened to be a little kid. It was his suitcase that he had lost. So story has a great ending. Real feel-good story, Wyoming. And it's, kudos to this UPS driver who apparently is a real popular guy in his area. I'm keeping the Zoom room open for our Munzik friends, but I'm not seeing any. Triz says he's going to call in a minute. Okay. I'm going to open the Zoom room back up then. Ian Munzik's brother. Hopefully he gets on the Zoom, but you can call. I do have the studio line open and available, I believe, although it's more in theory. I've never seen it actually work, but it should. 307-999-TALK. That's 307-999-8255, the number to call to get on the conversation in studio. We'll take a fast break right here, coming right back, hopefully, with Ian Munzik's brother, right? For this morning, 6 in front of the hour. Coming up top of the hour, of course, is Wendy Corr's video news. What happens when a 20-pound turkey hits a car going 70 miles an hour? Is that the speed limit on that highway between Powell and Cody? I don't want to get you in trouble there, Clara. But Clara Maslik says she's doing about a 70 with her family driving from Powell to Cody. You see the story right now with the Cowboy State Daily. Have it up on screen. And, we got Triz Munzik with us. So hold on. We got to change gears real quick. And And yeah, let's get to Mr. Munzik, who, in addition to being Ian Munzik's brother, has also been hopping around with this fire and helping out. You're moving cattle, or what are you doing? You're right in it, in the thick of it at the elk fire, huh?
Yeah. Morning, Jake. Our family place is pretty close to the face outside of Dayton. We're not as close as some of our neighbors are right in the thick of it. We're right next to the instant command post. So I think as far as our place goes, we're about as safe as we could be as in that northern Sheridan County. But a lot of our neighbors have been, everybody's been chipping in to fight fires. Everybody with a water truck or a blade or a dozer has been heading that way, and our volunteer fire departments are the same folks that are living out there, so everybody's kind of doing a great job of just working around the clock to make sure this thing does as little damage as it's possible,
Yeah, and before we talk about what your brother is doing, you are real boots on the ground, so we don't want to miss an opportunity to get your eyewitness involvement. And when we think about these big interagency firefighters and the slurry bombers and the helicopter drops, the super scooper, all that stuff, forget about the littler efforts that communities can do. Your fire departments, your average guy, you and your neighbor out there pitching in. To what degree can you help out, and what have you seen communities doing, rallying together to get ready for what could be, when this fire comes calling? What's everybody doing? Everything they can, I imagine.
Yeah, I think there's been a tremendous effort by really the whole community out there to do what they can, and folks have been donating food or clothing to the firefighters, Gatorade, different spots at the Buckhorn in Ranchester, the Parkman Bar has been staging spots for those firefighters to go and kind of help themselves to socks or Gatorade, folks have had food trucks have been chipping in, and people have really been doing what they can. And I'd like to emphasize, I talked with the county sheriff a couple days ago, and those guys are really trying to keep folks who are just looking off the roads and keep the back roads clear for the firefighters and folks that need to move equipment around and do their job, and we realize that everybody, of course, everyone wants to help. But definitely, keeping some distance from the fire really lets those first responders and those firefighters on the ground concentrate on doing their job, and not have to worry about civilians out there. And I mean, that includes me. That includes everyone who's not directly involved right now. And this fire's moved quite a ways in the last few days. This last weekend was high winds and high temperatures, so it's been moving south along the face pretty quickly. So if everybody just keeps an eye on that Watch Duty app, and stays one step ahead of it and just kind of keep out of the way if they can. But yeah. I know a lot of folks have been really chipping in where they can, and that makes the difference for sure in our community. Yeah, everybody wants to help protect their own community, and you want to chip in and do what you can, but you got to do it, under the SO's guidance and what they tell you. The sheriff's office says you can't be on this road, you can't be on that road, because some of us have no idea what fire can do and how fast it can go, and it's only for your safety. You're going to mess things up if you try to get too involved. Maybe your brother Ian when it's all said and done, has to play a special show at the Parkman Bar. His smallest concert ever, maybe, or we just open it up outside when it's all done. But
We're talking to Ian Munzik's brother, Triz. Ian was just at the Wyoming Ford Center in Casper, over the weekend?
Yeah, those guys were there on Saturday. I heard it was a great show.
Can't believe he's never played there. It's about time, but that's fun. And I'm sure he may have, at some point in the show, stopped and mentioned the fact that you guys grew up there. Were you part of the brother recreation on the Tongue River, tubing the tongue and all that kind of stuff? You guys grew up there?
Yes, I was, for sure. The halfway lane gang. all the ranchers and all the neighbors would get together on Sundays and float down to the swimming hole down there. It was awesome. We're gonna have to fire up the halfway lane gang after this is all done.
Regroup, get the old band back together. I love it. That's pretty cool. So, everybody a chance to chip in at the GoFundMe page. It's doing gangbusters, which I love to see. Ian and his wife both chipped in a combined $30,000 to get it kicked off. We're at 102 now and growing. You want to get in on that? And that money's going to, what a great idea. And, anyone can start the GoFundMe nowadays. But when it comes from somebody who's as high profile as Ian Munzik, and he's showing he's putting money where the cause is, and this is I love the way he's got it started. So I can trust it. I can believe in it. Ian's just like help our hometown here, help our home area.
Ian, I mean, he's always been one to put his money where his mouth is, for sure, and this is no different. He wishes he could be home, a little more and support, with boots on the ground. But honestly, this is maybe a more effective way to help out those rural volunteer fire departments. Like I say, they're made up of our neighbors and our community members, and these folks have been out way over time this summer. There's been a ton of fires east of Sheridan out on the Powder River country, and our middle brother Sam is ranching out there, and he's been on the fire line out there all last month. So and we know how thin these volunteer fire departments can get stretched, and how much of a difference they can make, especially early on, catching some of these fires, hopefully before they get to this point. And they're not able to do that if they don't have the resources they need to effectively do their job. So we would like to thank, from our family, and I know from Ian and Caroline, who are in the air flying today back to Nashville, they would like to relay their sincere gratitude to everyone who has chipped in. There's been folks who have chipped in who don't even live in Wyoming, and just have wanted to be a part of these efforts. And they wanted to reiterate that every dollar of this will go to the fire departments and where it's supposed to go. Nobody's, there's no administration fee or anything. It's like we're all just trying to get this money where it can do the best good for the town.
Yeah, it's not going to buy new guitar strings for Ian Munzik. It's all going to the cause, to the effort. The Munziks, this is their stomping ground. This is where they live, and this is such a Wyoming thing. Unfortunately, it's a wildfire, the elk fire, that has to pull us together. But whatever it is that pulls Wyoming together, we come together and we get after it in a Wyoming way. So, help the cause. Get on the GoFundMe page. Triz, you and your brother and the rest of the family, stay safe. Be careful. Ian and Caroline, thank you for what you've done already. It's pretty cool. Hopefully in a couple of weeks, we'll be talking about snow and what to do with that here in the Bighorns.
Everybody leave your windows down.
Yeah, right. That'll bring it. Yeah, go wash your car and leave your windows down, and we'll bring on rain and snow. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you jumping in with us.
Thanks a lot, Jake.
All right. The Munziks, we're talking elk fire, and unfortunately, we might be talking about it for a while because the weather just not helping us out right now, but it's great to see the state pull together, and even folks from out of state. Go check out that story on Cowboy State Daily. The story from Greg Johnson, the story in particularly from Renee Jean, where she talks about Ian Munzik and how he is helping the cause here with the GoFundMe page. You can see links to the GoFundMe page, and you can get right on it right now while you got your checkbook open, as they say. Go on and contribute right now and help us help folks in harm's way of the Elk Fire. Let's do top of the hour news. Running a little bit late for that, but we'll get it. Wendy Core with our top of the hour video news on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, October 7th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols brings to life the latest news, weather, sports, and in-depth conversations that matter to you. The Elk Fire that began with a lightning strike southeast of Dayton and blew up overnight last Sunday has continued to blow up since. The fire was last estimated to be around 73,000 acres on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of those who had evacuated or been told to be ready to leave their homes. They said there's a feeling of helplessness and fear at having to watch the flames and smoke advance without being able to do anything.
It's just a dangerous, unpredictable situation for the folks there. The whole town of Dayton is on set status, which means the next status is go. It's go and get out. A lifelong resident of Dayton explained how he learned that Dayton had been put on set status. They sent out a notice at 3 a.m. on Saturday, woke people up. He went outside and he said the whole mountain was just glowing orange. It was very surreal.
But Johnson said there are some signs of hope.
YDOT posted a photo Sunday morning that one of their staffers got from an area overlooking the fire, and it showed a single farmhouse is totally safe. All around it is black. The firefighters did a good job protecting that home.
The Elk Fire is raging on the mountains that inspired Ian Munsick's Wyoming brand of music, and his own family's ranch is among the many that now sit in harm's way. For Munsick, the Elk Fire that's grown so fast and is threatening to consume the towns of Dayton and Parkman is deeply personal. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to the country music star, who started a relief fund to help his friends and neighbors.
So this is kind of his childhood on fire. And that's why he started the GoFundMe, which I just checked, and it is at 92,000 so far. So, he kicked it off with 15,000 from himself, 15,000 from his wife, Caroline. But so now it is tripled from the initial donation.
This is not the first time Munsick has seen fire coming for Dayton and his family's ranch. About 20 years ago, he said he remembers packing up everything in the family's horse trailer. The fire didn't end up making it all the way to the Munsick family's ranch at that point, but it did burn parts of Dayton then. The Elk Fire has burned now through the scars of that 1996 blaze and is still 0% contained. 15 inmates incarcerated at the Wyoming Honor Conservation Camp in Newcastle, one of the state's 2 minimum security prisons, have been allowed outside their prison walls this summer to help fight some of Wyoming's out-of-control wildfires. The Wyoming Smoke Busters are a joint operation between the Wyoming State Forestry Division and the Wyoming Department of Corrections. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke to members of the crew who've been putting in long hours of hard work this summer.
The people who join the team are extremely happy to be there. They see it as a great opportunity to get out of the prison and really to give back to their community. And it's grueling work. When they're not on fires, they're out thinning trees and doing a number of forestry projects.
The program dates back to 1964. Inmates approved to become smoke busters have to pass a strict multidisciplinary team process, which means they can't have been charged for murder or other violent crimes or have a history of absconding. A remote and rugged piece of federal land in the Laramie Range Mountains is a paradise for hunters, and the U.S. Forest Service should keep it. That's what critics of a pending land exchange told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, referencing nearly 1,300 acres in the Green Mountain area near Laramie Peak in Albany County that's proposed to be swapped for 804 acres in 2 parcels owned by a private investment company based in Denver.
The way the guy described it was it's basically wilderness without being officially designated wilderness, you better eat your Wheaties before you hike in there. But if you do, there's some great elk hunting, potential bighorn sheep hunting back there. And they hate to see that lost to the public in exchange for this land that's maybe a little bit lower down, a little bit more easily accessible, which of course means it's can more easily become crowded.
A notice of decision from the Forest Service, expected to be in favor of the exchange, might be issued this month or in November. That won't make the deal final, but it will signal that the agency intends to move forward with the exchange. Wyoming's wild turkey season opened September 1st, but only for archery. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department doesn't offer a tag for tenderizing a turkey with a car windshield. One family found that out the hard way last week while driving U.S. Highway 14 from Powell to Cody. Wyoming's wild turkey season opened September 1st, but only for archery. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department doesn't offer a tag for tenderizing a turkey with a car windshield. One family found that out the hard way last week while driving U.S. Highway 14 from Powell to Cody.
All right, so we have to cut out of there early. I think, Renee, you must have the broadcast on. So like they always say, I'm guessing, maybe not, but as they always say in the radio business, please turn down your own radio. Yeah, because I'm getting my story from somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from, but it's, if not you. Okay, that's better. Whatever happens. So, yeah, we should be with you, Renee. Hi. How are you? Unmute yourself and make sure you don't have our live stream on. And then we should be okay. You've got 3 stories I wanted to talk about, beginning with elk fire, Ian Munsick. So yeah, you've talked to Ian in the past, so he's on your Rolodex probably. Is that so? Did you think, oh man, the Munsicks are from there? Or how did Ian get involved? How'd you find out he's involved in the firefighting relief efforts financially anyway?
Well, so after I wrote the first story about him, I did follow his page on Facebook, just kind of so I could see what's going on with him. And I saw the post pretty much as soon as he made it, I guess, that he had started a relief fund for the elk fire. And he has a little tidbit in there about how that he grew up there. So I thought, well, that's really interesting. I think people will be interested in that. So got in touch with his folks to see if we could get the interview over the weekend, which we did.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's like a superstar to be able to get a hold of him. And it really brings a human interest to the story. You know, you can only talk about total acreage burn for so long and everybody gets numb to it. But now you can bring us right into a family that's involved, him and his brothers and his family ranch. And it's pretty cool what he and Caroline have been able to do with the GoFundMe page. You had 92,000. We've done 10,000 better than that already this morning. So we're getting there. We're in the 6 figures now. That's pretty neat.
102,000 now, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing considering he only just started this on Friday. He kicked it off himself with 2 $15,000 donations, one from himself and one from his wife, Carolyn. But so I thought it was really cool the way he talked about Dayton, you know, that had the nearest gas station. So when he was a teenager driving around, that's Dayton's where he and his friends would go and kind of hang out.
That was very cool. And then, you know, we just had his brother Triz on, so we did confirm, and it's not, you know, he wasn't faking us, that he was tubing the tongue back in the day, you know, going tubing on the Tongue River. He had all these memories, and I said, did that really happen? And he's like, oh, yeah, but us and the gang told us about the swimming hole they went to. He made it real personal. It's pretty neat. How about the new Amish building an addition, a horse barn down there at Wyoming Downs in that tiny little town outside of Evanston? I didn't know the Amish rolled this way. Did you know that? Like they use.
Oh, no, I got there and I was like, where are the Amish? Because what I'm saying doesn't look like what I expected at all.
Right.
And reading up on them ahead of time, I figured I wouldn't be able to take any pictures. Maybe I wouldn't get an interview. So I was really uncertain how I was going to approach doing this story. But the guy was like, basically, you can take pictures, but don't ask me if you can take pictures.
What do you mean? Don't ask me. Like,
if you ask me, I have to say no. So don't ask me.
oh, interesting. That's so weird. That's so weird.
I know, because that's sort of the opposite of my approach. Typically, I'm going to ask first, is it okay if I take your picture? Occasionally, I might take a picture first because it's just in the moment it's happening. If I'm going to miss the shot. So, but then as soon as I've taken it, I'm going to go, follow up and say, I just took your picture for Cowboy State Daily. Is that okay? If it's not, I'll just delete it. But this was kind of the opposite, sort of, just don't ask me.
Right. That's so strange. So we're talking with Cowboy State business reporter Renee Jean. She made the trip to Bear River. Now, if you don't try to look for that on your map, you probably won't be able to find it. Go to Evanston, and it's right outside Evanston. Wyoming Downs, they're doing some barn raising, not that kind of barn raising, but raising up a barn and using a crew of 7 from Ohio that are Amish, led by Albert Mass, the crew boss. And Renee caught up with him, and they use power tools for one thing. Now, typically, would your 100% Amish from Pennsylvania is where I know the Amish back east, but would they use a power tool like a nail gun, a forklift? Is that different?
I think the stereotype is that the Amish don't use these things, but like anything, I guess times change, people change, the thinking around it changes. I think, as he told me, we're still pretty conservative. So they're really thinking judiciously about what of this technology can we allow, what do we need to allow to remain competitive. And so the trade-off that they made here is that if it's for a commercial purpose, in order to remain competitive, they can use power tools to speed things up. Otherwise, it would take them a really long time and they wouldn't be as competitive as they are. It's still the same quality workmanship. He has a shop where he manufactures the tin. That they brought that with them. They bought the lumber locally, though, and I could see that they were, squaring everything off and making sure it's all level. And as you can see from the photos in the story, they've sunk these big posts 4 feet into the ground all the way along the building. The other barns that were built are not that sturdy. They only have the 4 corner posts and the rest is just kind of sitting there on the ground. So, these barns are going to last longer probably than those. They're very well built.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing you won't catch the Amish doing is you won't, at the dinner table, there won't be a cell phone. Albert Mass said there's no cell phones in the house, I think so.
He uses it for business.
Yeah.
To order online. It just makes things easier. He said technically they're not supposed to have smartphones, but they're kind of little mini computers now, and it does really make everything easier. I use the cell phone for everything. I take notes with it. I take pictures with it. I stay in contact with the office with it. Claire even writes her stories on it. I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I mean, technology is here even for the Amish. It's here to stay in Casper at McGinley Clinic, where your story about that MRI machine is pretty neat. The largest in Wyoming, #1. And this German import also uses artificial intelligence to be better. How'd you find out about this story?
Well, so I'm nosy by nature, Jake. And then I sign up for newsletters from everybody. I want to see what they're doing. Maybe it's not interesting or maybe it is, but I can't go check Facebook pages all the time. I need to have the stuff coming into me somehow. And if I can't get them to call me up and give me tips, because they're busy people too, right?
Yeah.
Then I just sign up for their newsletter so I can keep an eye on what they're doing. This was in one of their newsletters, and I thought, well, we've had all this doom and gloom about AI, but we haven't had a whole lot about, maybe some of the benefits that AI can bring. And looking at the statistics, only about less than 5% of Wyoming businesses are using AI in any capacity right now. So it's not prevalent use. I've not been able to find a lot of businesses that are really going all in on AI. And I thought, well, so here's one right here that's pretty interesting. Let's dig into it and see what we can find out.
I'm so glad you started the story. The lead is, here's a case where AI is not sounding maybe the alarm bells of doom, because that's what I think of. And that's what a lot of people think, oh no, the robots are taking over. But AI good, as Caveman says, when it comes to the medical world. I think this is a great use of AI. And what exactly, you talked to a couple of folks involved, about what it does. It's called Boost, the artificial intelligence, and basically it makes for a better experience. Have you ever been shoved in the MRI tube? And some people don't like. I've had to go in that thing a couple of times, and I'm all for if you're in there a less amount of time, or if there's less magnets humming around you. It probably is a good thing.
Yeah, it can. The magnet strength can cause peripheral nerve pain, dizziness. So, the stronger the magnet, the more side effects. This AI is allowing them to tone down the magnet, making it a safer patient experience. And it's also speeding up the process so that they don't have to be entombed in this machine any longer than necessary. So I think it's a win-win for folks. And it's an example where AI isn't taking someone's job, it's augmenting it. I'm sure that there's going to be a big component of that with AI. Maybe AI will take some jobs are going to change, but I don't know that it's the doom and gloom that we've been seeing a lot of. I haven't jumped on that bandwagon really, because I think it's yet to be determined what this AI can really realistically do.
Yeah. Great story. 3 great stories from Renee. The new Amish, the new way we're going to do MRI machines, and the Ian Munsick. You're like, that's the trifecta, triple play for Renee, just covering the gamut. I just love you catching Ian Munsick and really putting a face and some human interest and life into that elk fire story. So fantastic. You can read all about it on Cowboy State Daily. Thank you, Renee, for spending time with us this morning.
Absolutely.
All right, Renee Jean, her 3 stories. Go read them on cowboystatedaily.com, of course. And she covered quite a few things for us this morning. Come right back, and we've got I really want to get to my turkey, so I want to see if Andrew is around, and we're going to talk turkey with Andrew Rossi after. Having more fun this morning than should be legal. 9:25 of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We've covered it all right now. 2 major forest fires. We've explored the new Amish, why AI isn't necessarily bad, the highest scoring high school football game ever over the weekend. And I guess that leaves nothing but flying turkeys, really. And our own Andrew Rossi has this story about a family driving from Powell to Cody when, I thought the explosion Saturday of a 1,200-pound pumpkin falling on Wile E. Coyote in Worland was an explosion. That was a splat with a capital S. But maybe not as unnerving as the case of the turkey flying into your windshield. That's a little more up close and personal. Yeah, that might be a little more scary. Andrew Rossi has a story, including a photograph of the damage this turkey did, and let me share that with you. This was a hit. Here's, that's me on Zoom. Here's the story in Cowboy State Daily. What that turkey did. Wham! Let me move it over here. Perfect. Yeah, that's a shot right there. 20-pound turkey. You're doing 70 miles an hour. You, by the way, are Clara Maslick and her family traveling from Powell to Cody. When this turkey flies into your window, I'm be surprised you even know what it is right off the bat. Yeah, that's unsettling when all of a sudden your windshield just explodes. And it did happen to me where I had a bald eagle carrying a trout, trying to lift a trout. And I'll tell you where I was. I was right at the, where was I? Oxbow Bend in Grand Teton National Park. If you've ever been in that area, gorgeous stretch of river, of the Snake River. And it's where it really bends and slows down, and it's wildlife rich. You see moose in there, Oxbow Bend in the Snake River. And I remember it was when I was working for a ranch, Lost Creek Ranch, and I was a wrangler. We'd take people on horseback rides. On this particular day, once a week, I would drive people into Yellowstone in a van. And we'd do the Yellowstone tour. And I was on my way back with a group of tourists from Lost Creek Ranch, having spent all day in Yellowstone. And we were tired and coming home. And I saw in the distance this eagle, this bald eagle, flapping and struggling to get off the ground. And then as it got closer, I could see why. It had a massive trout, like a good-sized trout, in its talons. And this trout was heavy for this eagle, but this eagle did not want to give up. This eagle's like, no way. It took a lot of work to get this trout. I am not letting go. And for all it was worth, this bald eagle was not gaining much altitude, and we were coming closer. But our van and this eagle attempting to get off the ground were getting closer and closer, and pretty soon it was evident, like we're on a collision course here. And that eagle hit the upper left-hand corner of the windshield, right up here by my, to my left. Wham! And mostly it wasn't the eagle that hit, it was the trout, because it made a big wet mark, a big fish wet mark on the windshield. Swack. And so this eagle lost the trout and maybe went back for it. Who knows? But the collision, I'll never forget. It was the trout smacking the windshield. Didn't break it. Didn't do any damage, but it was a smack. And some of the folks in the van, especially them sitting up front, they all said, "What was that?" And some of them saw it and some of them didn't. They said, "What the heck was that?" I said, "That was a bald eagle unable to get a trout, unable to get off the ground with its trout, and it just hit us." So I've seen similar. A lot of folks on our Facebook page where we have this story posted have also responded with their similar incidents. Great horned owl, those things are huge. Never mind, I bet 20-pound turkey. Great horned owl can get up there at 20 pounds. They're big. Yeah, people have been sharing their experience with flying things coming into their windshield. But Clara Maslik's not going to forget it anytime soon. She said they were crossing the Corbett Bridge when the turkey decided to do the same, and they were on a collision course right there on U.S. Highway 14. This happened back on September 23rd, by the way. And Maslik told the Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi, she said that Corbett Bridge is pretty famous for hitting deer. But who would have thought that it would be a 20-pound turkey? Chevy Suburban, family in tow. And she said there was glass in my face. My husband got a few cuts on his hand. But other than that, we were okay considering the damage done. And the husband said he had to put his head out the window and drive the rest of the way like that. The windshield was unusable, completely destroyed. I'll show you photos of, that's Andrew Rossi, who apparently can't make time for us, Andrew. Whenever you want to stop in, I'm going to I had that Zoom room open and then it closed. I'm going to open a new Zoom room. So, Andrew, anytime you want to jump on, if you can, we'd like to have you talk about it. But yeah, here's the damage done. Wow. Like, that's for real. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, you can't see out that window. You drive that thing the rest of the way to wherever you're going, you got to be looking out the window. There's no other way. That's ruined. They took it to Park County Glass there in Cody, and Zach Swope, as you see in the story, has said he's never seen that level of devastation caused by a turkey. Now, that's the quote. I would imagine the quote from Zach Swope is he's never seen that level of devastation caused by any flying, any bird, any winged creature. But it's definitely, he's probably seen windshields smashed by deer and elk and moose and stuff. But yeah, a turkey, that's a lot of damage for a turkey. Here's Andrew Rossi talking about how it went down.
Wyoming's wild turkey season opens September 1st, but only for archery. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department doesn't offer a tag for tenderizing a turkey with a car windshield. One family found that out the hard way last week while driving U.S. Highway 14 from Powell to Cody. They told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that the turkey decided to lift off and fly across the highway right as the family's Chevy Suburban zoomed by.
A grown male turkey can weigh up to 22 pounds. So these are hefty animals, and going 70 miles per hour down the road can be potentially fatal because, if a turkey's hefty enough and you're going fast enough that it gets through, that's nothing to scoff at.
Fortunately, they were able to navigate back to Cody despite their shattered windshield, which cost $350 to replace. That comes out to a steep $17.50 per pound of tenderized turkey.
That's pretty handy. Wendy doing the quick math there to tell us price per pound of the turkey. So from one collision to another, we'll talk with Riley Strand in just a bit, our Cowboy State Daily videographer who managed to capture another explosion of sorts as we go from turkey smashing windshield to 1,200-pound pumpkin smashing Wile E. Coyote. And Riley's going to jump in with us here in a minute as I think I'm able to share this. It's so difficult figuring out how to share different things, but I'm going to tee up the Wile E. Coyote with this bit here. Let me see if it works. And Riley, yeah, jump on anytime soon. You've got the link to the Zoom room. We'd love to see you in there. Meanwhile, I'm going to capture what I think is going to be our quick time player. Yeah, let me see that. And let's see if we can play my setup for the Great Pumpkin Smash. No, that's not the right one. Hold on. Yeah, this I think is going to be the right one. Road Runner. Poor Wile E. Coyote never does catch that Road Runner. Never does get there. And he got the worst end of things in Worland the other day on Saturday when they dropped a 1,200 and something pumpkin. Riley was there. He's got the full scoop. Although Riley's not there. Here's what went down. We showed you earlier this morning the whole video that Riley got because we recognized that not everybody could be in Worland on Saturday for the Wyoming State Pumpkin Weigh-Off, which includes Oktoberfest and really everything else. I mean, we're just celebrating anything to do with fall. Speaking of fall, it was a 175-pound fall, a drop of a 1,285-pound pumpkin. Explodes into a bazillion pieces after being dropped from a crane. And a big thank you to, I believe it's Swing Trucking, who had the crane. I love in the story, Jay Richard, who come up with the idea about 6 or 7 years ago. Jay Richard said, I'm thinking about dropping like a giant pumpkin onto something. I'm going to need some help with that. And the local outfit Swing said, well, how high were you thinking of going? And Jay Richard said, well, how high can you go? I mean, if you're going to drop it, right? Swing Trucking said, well, our crane will go to about 175 feet. And Jay Richard said, sold. Let's do it. 175 feet sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty high. And what happens when you drop a 1,285-pound pumpkin onto, in years past, it's been an RV, a truck, what have you. In this case, it was a 7-foot life-size, I guess you'd say, 7-foot statue of Wile E. Coyote. And the end result was an explosion of pumpkin and the elimination of said coyote. And I really want Riley to get on the show. He might need a hand-holding here. I don't know why he's not on. Let me play you a little bit of Don Day's podcast, and we're going to cut into it as soon as we can get Riley Strand on here. Here's Don Day.
Welcome to Monday, October 7th, 2024. As we start a new week, I wish I could have something different to talk about, but it's just like a broken record, a Groundhog Day. The pattern just keeps repeating itself. We're going to continue to be warm. We're going to continue to have smoky haze, and we continue to have no significant precipitation, at least here for the next 5 days. Probably longer as the pattern remains stuck in gear. Now, not all bad news, although I don't have a lot of good news in terms of this pattern breaking. We're going to be looking at this warm, dry pattern persisting, but this is the good news. We don't see a high wind event like we did this past weekend that really blew up the pack trail at Elk Fires. That just really exacerbated the fire situation. We, though, are still going to be in a very low humidity dominated pattern, a high pressure dominated pattern, and although we might see a weak trough come into the western United States this weekend into early next week, I just don't see that there's going to be much weather with it. I think some clouds, some cooler temperatures, and a little bit of shower activity in some areas by the weekend and early next week in parts of the west could occur. But in that big change, that big fundamental pattern change that we need is just not here, and we're still looking at around or after the 18th of the month. That's when things are going to be happening. That's when we're going to finally start to see things change to the point where we're going to have some better opportunities for colder, wet weather that we desperately need to come in. But this extremely stubborn pattern will continue to be, well, extremely stubborn. And so the fire activity is something that we're just going to have to continue to deal with because we're just not going to get any help from Mother Nature at all. As evidenced by that big smoke plume, this was taken on Friday, visible all the way from Gillette from the Elk Fire. And then from the Pack Trail Fire, you can see that the fires are working together. Fire activity has picked up into Idaho, a new fire in northeastern Utah, spreading a lot of smoke and haze back into the region. And with high pressure overhead and no precipitation chances coming, we're just not going to get into any precipitation. Now, we did talk a lot about the Aurora Borealis. That ended up being a big disappointment. Now, it did come out last night in some areas, but the smoke and haze really caused a bit of a problem. And that smoke and haze will be a concern if we have any activity with the Aurora tonight. The first activity with the Aurora was really expected to be coming in Friday night into Saturday, and that never materialized. And what came in Saturday night into Sunday morning never really materialized, but we did get a little bit of Aurora activity last night. The satellite imagery this morning, it just looks the same. As we continue to harp on, we've got to change the weather up here. As long as it's stormy up here, cloudy, cool, and wet up in the Gulf of Alaska, northwest Canada, we have a semi-permanent low pressure here and a permanent, semi-permanent high pressure ridge in the west. And that's just not going to change. As you can see here, this configuration is responsible for the high pressure, persistent high pressure here, and the persistent low pressure along the East Coast, making it favorable for Hurricane Milton to head right towards Florida. We'll talk about that tomorrow a little bit more. We're just stuck. So here's today, and then here is Sunday. So you can see that the basic configuration is the same. The only difference is a little bit of energy comes off from this main low into California by the weekend. But even by Sunday, it's only into California and Nevada, and it's detached. It's kind of just split off. It's not hooked up to the real cold and energy of the main jet stream pattern. So this stuck jet stream pattern remains stuck through the weekend. So the weather is just not going to change. Now, I don't think it's going to be as warm. So temperatures are going to be a little less above average, but still above average. With very low humidity, you're going to have some cold nights, but some warm days. And we're looking at this configuration for the next 7 days. So this takes us through the 13th of October. And there's your precipitation forecast. You can see Hurricane Milton going to go right through Florida here, thankfully avoiding the Carolinas and Georgia. But a lot of the U.S., it's just not here, but a lot of the U.S. just not going to get any precipitation. It's all staying up north and coming from the Pacific Northwest there. Now, this is out to nearly 10 days. This is out to 9 days from now. So this takes us to the 16th of October. We're starting to see chinks in the armor of the block starting to develop. Now, we're seeing stronger potential for fronts starting to come in by then, but that's the 16th. Today's the 7th. So this is going to be a while. Once this pattern breaks, it really will break, and we'll do a 180 from where we are now. But we're just not there yet, so we'll continue to watch these out days, these days that are 9, 10, 15 days out, before we can start to see things go in our favor to get this high pressure ridge to build up here to replace the low, to allow the jet stream to start migrating back south into the region. Now keep in mind, when you get into blocking patterns, which happen during La Niñas, especially as you go into the cold season, and in the middle of summer, you'll sometimes get these blocks that are stubborn. Once it does go and change, then you could settle into the pattern that's the opposite for a bit, as things always tend to even out in the long run. The short run, though, certainly is going to be the same. So, not much to talk about this morning. We'll have hopefully more to talk about tomorrow. We'll see you then.
A big thank you, Don Day. And as you could see from his weather forecast, not just Wyoming this dry, like much of the U.S. is in a nothing happening pattern. And it's kind of weird to see a hurricane going backwards. Most hurricanes start out in the Atlantic and move into the Gulf, right? This one's going the other way. I've never seen that. Might have to ask meteorologist Don Day about that. But basically, I just love when Don Day starts coloring, when he starts drawing on the weather map. I mean, to me, it's like Bob Ross ASMR when Bob Ross was doing, let's just put a little seagull in here. And next thing you know, I'm just zoning out to Don Day going, maybe there's going to be a weather front. I love when he draws on that thing. You like that, Riley?
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
I knew it. I knew it was. All right, you took camera in tow and you went to Worland. First, how was your experience in wonderful Worland, Wyoming? Cool little town.
Yeah, I liked it. The drive up there was real pretty and it's real quiet. And it wasn't quiet on Saturday, but it's usually pretty quiet. But yeah, it was great. I loved it.
And I have to ask you, how does one even capture, like you can nerd out, geek out a little bit on the camera, but I'm sure to get a slow-mo now, you need fast frame speed or something. Like how, in your mind, did you say, I'm going to get a pumpkin dropping and exploding, I'm going to need to have these settings on my camera?
Yeah, we tested everything out the night before, and you just crank up that frame rate and get it on a real stable platform and hope you press record at the right time. That would be only get one chance to do that. So, but yeah, we got it all set up, and luckily the event organizer, Jay Richard, was very accommodating. He stopped the countdown multiple times to make sure we were ready. So
that's cool.
Covered. Yeah.
That's very helpful. And so that's something I was pretty sure, like you wouldn't be holding that camera. You were going to have it on a tripod somewhere that was stable because it's going to require you to go back and do a slow-mo replay. So you want to be perfect, stable.
Yeah, it was kind of tough because we were running back and forth between the safe zone and where they were staging everything, lifting the pumpkins up to get that footage. And at one point, we were a little too close, Jay and I know Jay took a pretty good piece of pumpkin to the face. He said it was going to leave a bruise. Luckily, the camera was okay. But yeah, the pumpkin shrapnel travels pretty far. He said last year they moved it into a fairgrounds arena this year to get the crowd further away from the event. But last year, I guess they were a little too close, and he said there's a chain link fence that separated the crowd from the pumpkin drop. And he called the chain link fence a particle accelerator because apparently once the pumpkin hit the fence, it shredded into smaller pieces and just made them go even faster.
Oh,
so this
weird.
year was a little more distance, which everyone appreciated. But you got to get as close as you can. So we were judging that.
I imagine if you found some like NASA scientists, they could back of the napkin do some math to tell you where particles could get to. But Jay Richard has been doing this now for 6-7 years, so he has an idea what the perimeter is. How close were you with that camera, would you say?
It was probably 100 feet away. Yeah, I didn't quite have enough telephoto on my lens, so I had to get a little closer than was probably advisable, but it was good. Yeah, it was fun. We just figured if any pieces came too close, we would just run away, but we got lucky.
And it would look cool to have a piece come like wham, just like at a football game when the action comes right to you and knocks your camera over. It's cool looking, but maybe not cool to replace your gear. I don't know.
Yeah, those cameras are tough too. Like my camera's been kicked by professional wrestlers. It's been dropped. It's taken quite a beating. So I figured that some pumpkin won't be the end of the world,
Wow. I saw a great aerial shot from up there at Swing Trucking from up top looking down at what it would look like. Who's doing that camera?
So that initially I was going to try and fly my drone as well, but there are two guys already flying drones in the arena. And I was like, oh, great. So, they were kind of tucked behind the crane there and they had multiple shots going and they were very generous to lend me the video. So yeah, it added to the coverage of the scene for sure.
That's great. So that we're talking to our videographer, Riley Strand, that's his duty. It falls under his. But a lot of things fall under your umbrella at Cowboy State Daily, including putting this story together. Now, it was your camera, your shoot. You utilized other cameras and that footage and got into the editing room. You're also required to really pull this whole story together because we don't have a journalist with you on this job. So you're envisioning how to tell this story, and you're telling the whole story in about a 5-minute video, which we played earlier in the 6 o'clock hour. That's pretty cool. Was that fun to be able to think, all right, what do viewers want to know about this pumpkin drop in Worland?
Yeah, it kind of goes through a series of emotions. At first, you're really excited because you're getting all this footage, and then you end up with about 2 hours of footage, and you're like, oh, maybe that's too much. And then you sit down to edit it, and you're just looking at this empty timeline. You're panicking a little bit. You're like, I don't know how to do this. And then you start putting stuff down, and then it all makes sense again. But it was fun to put it together. And Jay made it easy because he's such a good character, and his interview was fantastic. His interview alone was like 30 minutes, so you're trying to cut all that down. But he had some great sound bites, so he made it easy.
Yeah, I had Jay on also. He's a great talker. He's really easy. And you almost have too much material that you got to edit down. But yeah, he's a quote machine. He's fantastic for that. But I know the feeling of staring at the empty timeline and like, how am I going to fill this with video? Reporter, same thing. I'm staring at the keyboard and an empty screen. Like, this has got to be a story somehow. How do I start?
That's right.
Great job, though. And you're back from Worland. You had a good time.
Yeah, we're back in Cheyenne now, so we're just gearing up for the next video story, whatever that might be. But the idea is to start really cranking up production on these and keep them coming consistently, so people will have a steady stream of 5 to 10 minute video stories to enjoy, hopefully sooner than later.
Yeah, now that we're branching out and multimedia and doing all kinds of things like that, the visual element is key. I mean, right now it's you, but you're going to be heading a department of people before long because this is crucial to what Cowboy State Daily is trying to do, photos, video, and just being like media everywhere. That was cool coverage. I felt like I was there Saturday, so that's what we're shooting for. That was the key. Good job, Riley.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. It was fun, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's the whole idea.
I did. I felt like I could almost feel like I had a white pumpkin off my face. Yeah, that was really neat, and good slow-mo and good reverse. Everything I would have wanted to do. Rack it backwards. You did it all. You thought of it all.
Yeah, that was good. It's that's always the idea. Is whenever I'm editing something, thinking, well, how did this make me feel, and how can I make someone who wasn't there feel the same thing? That's always kind of what leads the edit. So I'm glad that was accomplished.
There was. And one last thing, not only visual, but we need audio out of this, and the audio was super good, really pristine, really nice. I have an ear for like the good audio. But can you say, being there live, did the audio capture the sound of that pumpkin hitting? How would you describe it, like, to your ear, and then trying to put that through the video? Did it come through, or do you really have to be there to hear the whomp?
Yeah, it's almost like more of like a pressure wave. It really sounds like a little explosive going off, and it kind of shakes the ground. I was surprised when the first one went down. I heard it, and of course now the pumpkin is coming towards you. I'm like, oh, this is worse than I thought. We're gonna get destroyed here. But I was running the mics on 2 channels, because the first channel just completely blew the audio. But luckily I had a lower channel recording, so I used that. But I kind of combined them, and it's hard. Yeah, you almost have to shake your computer while you're listening to it to get the full effect. It was a lot of force.
Wow. The things videographers have to worry about this day and age, you probably never thought you'd have to worry about. Note to self, next time someone drops a pumpkin, give myself more audio headroom, because it might be louder than I think.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're trying to do it all at the same time, and it's fun though. I love it. I can't complain. It's my favorite part of the job.
Yeah, it's just more fun watching it than shooting it even. Thank you so much, Riley. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Jake.
It's our own Riley Strand, Cowboy State Daily morning show, and Riley is our videographer dude, and yeah, he captured the whole thing in Worland. Without him, we would not have known. If they drop a pumpkin in a forest, is anyone there to hear the tree fall? If they drop a pumpkin in Worland, I'm not sure how the saying goes, but we would have missed the whole darn thing if Riley Strand wasn't there to capture it. That was pretty cool. Just an explosion of pumpkin. And it's a terrible waste of a pumpkin before Halloween. We're still not to Halloween yet, so we're just barely buying pumpkins, right? And carving them up and putting them out, and they're already destroying them in Worland. So we've had some great stories this morning. The turkey flying into the car, the pumpkin, the $1 million gamble that paid off. The Yellowstone Highway is now 100 years old. They started work on that back in October 1924 to carve a highway through the Wind River Canyon. It's amazing to see it today, but to think of the effort it took to just blast through rock and make that canyon unbelievable. And we had some great old photos. Go read that story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily, the $1 million undertaking of what was called the Yellowstone Highway then, but it particularly where it goes through the Wind River Canyon between Shoshone and Thermopolis. That was one kind of human effort, a lot of dynamite and a lot of just sheer will. And then, of course, we're following 2 major wildfires in Wyoming, the Pack Trail Fire that's now causing some potential evacuations in the upper Grovon area. Who would have thought this fire would sort of back up and move south and southeast, but it is getting into the Grovon. And it's burning an area. There's just not much there outside of a few ranches, and even those, very small. This is some wild wilderness country, so it could take the burn when you're talking about that Pack Trail Fire. The elk fire, though, in the Bighorns is really threatening Dayton, Parkman, and other communities. And we talked about Ian Munsick's involvement in that and the Eaton Ranch surviving a scorching scare. And we recapped the high school football scene. So we got a lot done on this Monday. It's been fun sitting in with you. Let's do it again tomorrow. But for now, we'll close things out on this Monday, October 7th, our first Monday broadcast of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. For now, you and yours, take care. Have a great day. We'll see you again tomorrow. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent